you like to say to Camden?
Fuck you, I survived.
Oh, I'm good. I saw the red light and I was like, oh.
If you need a break, just let me know.
Party.
We're rolling.
So instead, we're rolling?
Yeah.
Rolling?
Yes.
Okay. So, if anything cuts out, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
I'll say cut whenever you'll need to stop recording, okay? You ready?
Let's do this.
I'm not ready. Fox, can you hand me that?
The book?
Yes. Mic is going? Mic is good?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Okay. We are recording, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I know I've already told you this before. I'm gonna tell you again, so you know going into this, you are very brave for doing this.
Thank you.
Like, no, thank you. Like this will be very powerful, and you should understand the gravity of what you're doing is very good. Okay, it's going to affect a lot of people. So be proud of yourself. All right.
Okay.
I know you're anxious, but you're doing a good thing here, and I will do my best to make sure I do this story justice. But this is your story. So first question, can you tell us a little about your life before you joined the cult?
So as a child, I was more so raised by my great-grandparents. Great-grandmother died when I was 9. Moved in with my dad and my stepmom when I was like 11. And from there, I was just kind of tossed around, really. I was mentally ill, but nobody really realized it, and they didn't understand that I needed help. So I was just kind of thrown to my aunt and my uncle, and then I was thrown to my 5th cousin and his wife, and it really made me feel unwanted in a lot of ways. And then finally I moved back in with my dad and my stepmom, and things were pretty all right for a while. That summer I had met a girl in summer school named Carrie Sutton, and we kind of became friends and everything. Later on, after the new school year had started and after Christmas and everything, I started having some more like issues at home. I think my mental state just wasn't the best. And so Carrie introduced me to this guy that she had been talking to online. And his name was Quinn at the time. And I don't even know, like, how he managed to manipulate us to believe the things he did half the time. But he told me that I was somehow a vampire, whatever, and that he was, like, this werewolf, and, like, he knew God and all this shit. Like, it was, I don't know. At the time, being 16, I believed him. And he just lured me further and further in. And when I started having more issues at home, it got into a fight with my entire family. And I just remember running out of the room and everything. And, like, they took my phone from me, but I had, like, an iPod hidden somewhere. And I still had Kik, so I was texting Quinn. And he was like, "Oh, your family's gonna have you arrested. You need to come out here. You'll be safe here. I'll nothing will happen to you if you come here." And I believed him and I trusted him, and I don't know why. But one morning, it was a Friday, I had gone down the stairs. Everybody was out on the front porch. I ran out through the garage around the back of the house and just booked it to Wiley East. And the girl that had introduced me to Quinn was Carrie. She got me an Uber to Dallas, and then I convinced one of the guys at the Megabus to let me on, and I was out of state that night. I made it to Little Rock, Arkansas, was sexually assaulted out there, got on another bus, made it to Tennessee, was stuck out there for a week, but there was somebody who was actually properly taking care of me, treating me like I was his own daughter. So that was he was a good guy. He didn't ever look at me in any weird way or even put his hands on me for that matter. After about a week, Quinn had convinced one of the girls in his group to buy me a bus ticket from Tennessee to Georgia. And when I got to Georgia, he had gotten an Uber. He came and picked me up, and then I lived in his mother's house after that.
Dang. Okay. So Quinn, tell me more about Quinn.
Quinn was one of the aliases Camden was using.
And Camden is?
Camden is the cult leader.
Okay. What was the cult?
It was basically a supernatural cult where he convinced all of us that we were vampires, werewolves, hybrids, celestials, and all this shit. Like, and then he would sit there and claim that he knew God, and then there was one point in the cult where God was dead and he was the new God.
Oh.
And he would sit there and he would literally act like he was possessed by like the archangels and shit.
Okay.
And we believed him. We just at the time didn't think we had any reason not to, but later on, once we realized, we busted out laughing. It was honestly kind of funny.
So you didn't think he was like role playing. You thought he was actually like these things were real.
Yeah.
And okay. So what made you think his stories were real? Like
He spoke with such conviction about them. Like, it seemed as though even he himself believed it. And maybe in a sense he does. But I just think that seeing that he thought that he believed it is what something that made us more sure. Like, oh yeah. And there's this video, honestly, you should play it. I like to call it the Fang video. The fucker literally sits there, starts growling, and then all of a sudden there's fangs in his mouth and everything, and he's like growling at the camera. And that's another thing we look at now and we laugh.
yes. So y'all were pretty young and vulnerable. You had vulnerable minds. Being you believed these stories. Reminds me a little of Charles Manson. Like he has his own lore for himself.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. Could you tell me more about the lore? Like,
would you like to hear about the creation of the world and all the Adams and Eves?
please tell me everything.
So, he told us that when God made the world, he made multiple Adams and multiple Eves of different races and everything. He even said that there was, like, Avatar blue people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
after he saw the movie?
I guess maybe, I don't
Okay.
know. He said that like he told them not to, touch the tree and everything, but it was the men, all the Adams, who ate the fruits, and he was like, yeah, he told them, everybody start walking separate directions. You two, like, he paired off the races and just sent them all in different directions. And then after that, he said, don't look back. And he claimed that the Avatar blue people looked back, and that while the ground was splitting, Pangea splitting. So while, the land was splitting, they fell into the crack because they looked back. And, yeah, he also, like, had this obsession with, like, just the archangels and, like, playing as them. His favorite to play was the Archangel Michael.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of biblical stuff.
A lot of biblical stuff. He intentionally targeted us that were more ambiguous when it came to spiritual beliefs. So at the time, I was like agnostic. I was kind of on the fence. I was like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like maybe I've seen ghosts in the past and heard stuff before, but, I just didn't know if there was a God or anything. And he specifically preyed on underage people who had those beliefs.
Okay. So underage people who have ambiguous beliefs, vulnerable minds specifically. How would he target you? Like how did he operate? What was the whole operation?
So like as in luring other people in?
Luring you in? Anyone?
Okay, so he specifically got to me through Carrie. When it came to other people, he would have, current members such as myself go on Whisper and all this shit and make posts about vampires or werewolves or whatever, and specifically target kids from the ages of 17 all the way down to like 11. And he got a lot of people in this because he had manipulated so many people such as myself. There was one point he made myself and some of the main others, he made us like leaders of our own packs, but it was underneath him. It was like an MLM pyramid scheme at this point. So he's got us like wrapped around his finger, and then he's got us seeking out younger people to lure in for us to be over and everything. And there was a lot of kids. I think there could have easily have been well over 100, 200.
Wow.
And I mean, that probably had to be like at just one point, because he would, if somebody left, somebody in like a higher part of it, he would immediately purge all the groups. And he would be like, everybody, new kicks, make new kick accounts, new pictures, new everything. Like, you have to delete everything. You can't let them find you because they've got people trying to kill you. There's hunters after us because they know what we are. Like, legitimately scaring us, making us think that people really were out to get us. I couldn't even walk my dog out for a specific time after I'd come back to Texas, but was still in the cult. I like swore there was times I like heard crunching in the bushes and stuff, which is probably an animal. And it just made me so scared at the time, because I was like, if anyone's out to get me, it's somebody that he's sending, because that was already at the point where I like knew that something was up. but he very, very much, like, thrived on manipulation and, you know, drowning us with love, and then all of a sudden, oh, you did one thing that I don't like? Okay, well, fuck you. You're not gonna be a vampire anymore. You're not gonna be a werewolf anymore. Like, if you can't do this one thing for me, like, he tried to make me sell my 3DS to send him the money. And I'm like, no. And he already knew, like, everything about my life prior, knew that my great grandmother was everything to me. And he was like, your great grandmother her soul will go to hell if you don't sell your DS and send me the money. And I'm like, I'm calling bullshit. And I just didn't. And he just sits there and screams and screams. And that was one of his favorite things to do, was to scream at us over calls. Like, he also sometimes forced specific members of the group to date. He had me date one of the survivors that I'm in contact with. And, you know, she and I were kind of together. She lived way out in California. I'm here in Texas. So it was a long distance thing. There was one night that I had gone out with my friend, and I had already told my girlfriend at the time that, hey, my friend is going to be spending the night. I do want you to know that in the past I did have feelings for her, but I don't anymore. You know, just being, like, completely transparent with her, making sure that she knew that, you know, I'm not going to hide anything from her. And that night we had gotten matching tattoos. And it's the one on my chest. And she spent the night, and next thing I know, Camden's calling in the morning. And then I'm getting calls from my girlfriend. And everyone's freaking out and screaming at me, and I can't even figure out what's going on. And then finally, from my girlfriend, I hear he's trying to say that you're cheating on me because she spent the night. Is this true that you're, like, in love with her still? And I was like, I told you everything last night. You know that. And when we got into a call with him as well, all three of us on Facebook Messenger, he's just screaming, claiming I cheated and all this. And my friend literally grabbed the phone, started screaming back. I can't even remember because my head was, like, spinning. I didn't know what to think because I was like, you know, even though we were kind of forced into a relationship, I still did love this girl. But it was like, why is he trying to hurt her like that? And why is he trying to attack me like that? So he always just shoved his head into the wrong places, always tried to stir up drama between people. There's been times where when certain members would leave, he would play as some female fucking witch or whatever, and, like, talk to them through that and get nude photos from them, nude videos from them, and then later he would use those to blackmail them. Like, as himself, he would blackmail them. And said that, yeah, I was told that this needs to happen for this picture not to get out, and then he would send it to them sometimes. Telling a lot of minors that, oh, I need to see pictures and videos of your body because, yeah, I need to see how the transformation process is going. I need to see how far you've come as a werewolf or as a vampire. I need to see how your body reacts to stimuli and shit. Like, it was disgusting, the stuff that he was asking for. And if they didn't give it directly to him, they gave it directly to the girl that lived in Australia, the one that bought my bus ticket. he had been stealing money from her at that point already for about 2 years or so. And she's deeply manipulated. It's honestly very, very heartbreaking, because he stole thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars. Once I ended up leaving, he somehow convinced her that I stole her money, even though she had proof that she had sent it to him, even though she had complained to myself and my girlfriend at the time that, yeah, I've sent him so much money and he keeps saying he'll help me get out here and he'll help me get a green card so I can stay. And yeah, no, he had just manipulated her. He just wanted her money. And it breaks my heart, and she's honestly probably still with him.
All right then. So in my mind, well, first of all, so he went by Quinn. Is that just online? What is that alias?
So Quinn was just what he went by, at first when I met him. He eventually changed it to Cade.
Okay.
Yeah. His aliases are Quinn, Cade, Sincade, and usually the last name that he used, the last name he used when I was in there was the Daemons.
The Daemons.
The Daemons.
How elegant. Okay. But his real name is Camden.
Yes.
So what was the point of all these aliases? It was just like what he would change to after he would erase everything, or how did it work?
So, he would change them over time, and I think there were others I don't fully remember, because he would go right back to Cade. That was his, go-to. I think it was just so nobody else knew his names, which is kind of stupid, because he let me see his ID when I lived with him. You try so hard to hide your name online, but yet you'll show the person you're abusing your name.
Okay then. So when it comes to the structure of the cult, he was the werewolf god?
Yes.
Okay.
Werewolf king, werewolf god, whatever.
Okay. And he has Carrie. Tell me more about Carrie.
So Carrie, when she introduced me to Camden, she was quote unquote engaged to him. He was 18 and we were 16. And around the time that he was convincing me to run away and everything, he was like, yeah, so both of you need to be in a relationship with me, and then God tells me that you both need to be in a relationship with me. So when I went out there, that's what he tried to make it into. And eventually, I guess he just got tired of wanting to talk to Carrie because she was in school. And he told me that she cheated on us and broke up with us and everything. And then he told her that I told him that he needs to break up with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he likes to pin y'all against each other.
Yes.
Okay. How did you meet Carrie?
I met her in summer school. We're just... I guess I walked up to her because she was wearing a My Chemical Romance shirt, and I was just like, oh, hell yeah, one of my people. I've never seen this bitch before. Let's go. So, we kind of developed a friendship through that. I fucking tattooed her in school, and she tattooed me. And, at the time it was a pretty decent friendship, but after that I went to the alternative school out here. And, yeah, I like spent one night with her and she sexually assaulted me. Yeah, she sat there and she was like fingering me. She shoved a shirt in my mouth and everything and then kept adding fingers until she was fucking fisting me while I was trying to push her away. Like, and I couldn't make a sound because there was a fucking shirt shoved in my mouth. And it took me a really long time to realize that that was actually sexual assault. Because I was like, I mean, I did say that we could mess around a little bit. Maybe it just went too far by accident. But fact of the matter is, I was trying to push her away and she wouldn't stop, so.
Okay. This is when y'all were 16?
Yes.
Okay. So she was your friend, the one that introduced you to Camden.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry to hear she assaulted you. That sucks. If you're comfortable talking about it, you are someone who's been assaulted multiple times.
Yes.
For people who don't know or don't understand, what is that experience like?
It's kind of like feeling helpless and, sometimes even feeling like, it was your own fault. Well, maybe I did consent to part of this and I can't be upset because it just didn't go the way I wanted it to. And sometimes it's just shame, like feeling as though you're worthless and that's all you're ever going to be. And with the statistics being that, someone who's already been sexually assaulted, they're more likely to be re-victimized in the future. And that very much held true for me. And it may very well hold true for others that may be watching this. And it's an unfortunate reality, but once you realize that something wasn't right about that experience, it is better to try and speak up or, go to people that you love and trust to try and at least get that off your chest and maybe report it. If not, maybe get therapy and try and work through it.
Okay. Thank you for telling us. So you do internalize a lot of the feelings associated with the assault.
Yes.
Okay. It's very sad. Okay. So this cult you told me took place on Kick.
Yes.
Right? All right. Tell me more about that part of it, like the whole structure, all the platforms that were involved. Tell me everything about it.
Okay. So there was Camden always at the top, and whoever he was, dating at the time, they're the mom and dad of the cult. And like literally all the kids had to call them mom and dad.
Okay.
And then it would be people like myself, my girlfriend at the time, and maybe a few other girls. We were just like sitting right underneath them. We had our own group of children, and had our own little separate packs. I think he may have like extended it after I left, like made it to where maybe someone in there also gets their own group. But whenever he and his girlfriend were together, they also had their little group of kids stemming off from the side. So they had about 3 or 4 kids. One of them was a boy. And he had them manipulated bad. And by the time we realized that things weren't going right, and that we needed to try and get all the kids out. We weren't able to reach them because they're right underneath him. And he would also send people to spy in our group chats. So if we said anything about, yeah, he did or said this, which contradicted this, they'd report back to him and everything. And his girlfriend at the time, Catherine Himpsall, like this is way after I'm in a relationship with him. I will never know if she was fully complicit, but there had to be a point where she realized what was going on. That something wasn't right, and that he was using her to lure in other people. But she ended up being rude to a lot of us for no reason. And it was probably because at the time, like, even before we realized, like, something was up, we still had, those of us that were in relationships with him still had feelings for him. And it was like, he kept rubbing it in our faces and being like, oh, yeah, haha, this could be you if you were better. Like, it just always felt like he was using that to demean us in a way, like our feelings for him and our trust for him.
How did he attract y'all? Like, what was the attraction to him and this whole group?
A lot of it was the supernatural aspect for a lot of the people that got involved. Just the thought that, all these beings could actually be real and we could be one of them, while we're already in the lowest stages of our lives and the most confusing stages of our lives being fucking kids. He would just use that to his advantage and convince us that, yeah, no, it is real. And like I said, there's the Fang video. And for a lot of us, it looked real at the time. So it was like, oh, well, we see proof with our eyes. There's proof. And yeah, he would also lure us in with the promise of getting people away from their parents that may not treat them the best, or maybe they are in abusive situations with their parents, trying to lure them in and manipulate them.
Something a lot of predators do.
Yeah.
How did your experience differ from what you initially expected when you joined?
Right off the bat, like, as soon as I got into his bedroom when I got there in person, he initiated sex and everything. And I felt like I kind of had to go along with it at that point. I was like, fuck, well, I'm here. And at that point, I somewhat had feelings for him because I was like, well, fuck, he helped me out of this shitty situation. Because I was a kid, I didn't realize what was happening. He always got, like, really sexual at times.
Of course.
Yeah. Ugh.
So, how many days was that after the sexual assault in Arkansas?
That was about 4 or 5 days after.
Okay. Do you want to talk more about it?
Yes. So, at that point, I just kind of remembered the one in Arkansas, and I was like, okay, this isn't bad. I was like, I guess I can do this. It's whatever. Like, I was literally in my mind trying to make myself accept, okay, well, this is what's happening. Whatever. But funny thing is I got pregnant from the Arkansas experience. And that was among one of the first times that Camden forced me to induce a miscarriage via shit ton of cinnamon, vitamin C, and him beating me in the stomach.
My God. And that worked?
Yes.
So it wasn't even stillbirth, you just...
Nope, it was just
Miscarriage.
like within a month I had started having some symptoms, and he was like, okay, well, you can't have the baby. You can't have that baby. And so, that's what he did, because he didn't want that evidence to be there. But funny thing is that wasn't the first time he had induced a miscarriage on me. He had gotten me pregnant 3 other times within the span that I was able to see him in person. He kept doing the same thing to force me to miscarry. The last time was when I lived with my foster parents. Like, at the end of my physical stay with him, okay, so the whole reason that he was inducing the miscarriages was he wanted to traffic me and wanted my body to automatically start rejecting pregnancies. So he kept trying to get me to sleep with men off Whisper and everything, making posts about it, and eventually I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that shit. Fuck no. And I had feelings for him at the time, and I was like, that's me cheating on you. I'm not okay with that. And like a few days after I gave him that firm no, he was like, Leviathans are coming after you. You've got to get out. Yeah. He like rushed me down to the gazebo that was in his neighborhood and had me use the phone that didn't have service on it that he had given me to call 911, because all phones can still do that even if you don't have service. And I called 911 and they came out and were sitting there writing their little report, and Camden comes up as though he was just some guy in the neighborhood that always saw me there and would bring me food. Playing as though I hadn't been living with him for 3.5 months at that point. Fucking, yeah. So he told me to go into a foster home or a group home and not come back to Texas. Yeah.
God, that sounds both mentally and physically traumatic. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. So what did you think the group was going to be like, or meeting him in person was going to be like, as opposed to what actually happened? Like, what was your vision?
I just thought I was gonna be protected, and that, I was gonna fall in love with him and maybe start a family with him one day, because that's something that he kept saying. But instead of receiving love and actual care, I received physical abuse. I received sexual assault. There was one time he even tried to kill me.
Tell us about that.
So he was like, he would beat me under the guise of trying to train me to fight. Saying I needed to learn how to protect myself. I don't know, because of these Leviathans or whatever, like whatever was the enemy at that point in time. I don't even know. But he like started getting a little too rough with it. And eventually he picked up like a stone vase that like was this fucking big. So that was like almost a 60-pound vase. And he was trying to swing it at my fucking head. And so I haul ass into the room and everything. He drops it and tries to, like, pin me to the wall. And all I remember is, like, dodging underneath him, him turning around, and there was so much adrenaline pumping through my fucking body. I lifted this fucking 200-pound man and threw him into the fucking wall. The bed was against the wall, so he hit the wall, fell onto the bed slightly off of it, so he rolled off, and I kicked him so hard I sprained my fucking ankle. After that, he stopped physically abusing me because he realized I could fight back if I needed to. And I think that was also another motivation to push me out the way that he did, because it was getting to the point where I was like, dude, what the fuck? You can't put your hands on me like that.
Yeah. Well, thank you. How we doing?
We're still rolling.
Do you want to take a break?
Yes.
All right. Let's cut. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Was I too close last time?
No.
Okay. I'll get just a little bit closer. All right. All right, this is daily life. Could you describe... Wait, are we all good?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah, rolling, yeah.
Okay.
Could you describe your day-to-day life within the group?
So when I lived with him, it was just consistent. Here's a little bit of food, work out, here's you some water, drink a shit ton of water, like, just focusing on health for some reason. And there were a lot of times where I wouldn't shower for days on end because he didn't want me getting caught or whatever, even though his mom and brother would be gone a lot of the time. There came some days where he literally would not give me food, like actual food. Like there was like 3-4 days where he would sit there and only let me eat saltines and drink water.
Why?
I honestly don't even know. Maybe he was trying to make me lose weight or something, make me more appealing to whoever he was trying to traffic me to. What else? A lot of, like, sexual assault and everything. Me kind of being coerced into it and everything, into doing things that I did not want to do. He tried to force anal multiple times, and hell no. And then there was also one weird time where I was showering, and he came in, opened the curtain, and pissed on me.
Why?
Because as a werewolf, he said he needed to mark me.
That's disgusting.
Oh my god, I wanted to puke. Now when I hear about piss kinks, I'm like, ugh. Because that's all I can think about. And he also did that to the other girl that was there in person, Kayla. She didn't live with us, but they had gone to school together, and she had just gotten back to her parents from being in a foster home. But yeah, he was into some weird shit. He would sit there and bite me all the time, saying that he needed to bite me for my transformation, because at that point, when I was living with him, I was supposed to be a werewolf instead of a vampire. And then later on, he changed it to I was both. Yeah, day-to-day life was just... It breezed by, honestly. There was really nothing outstanding about it. Like, just watched movies and shows and shit, and worked out when he made me, ate when I was able. There was one point I was pissing in jars
Why?
because he wouldn't let me go out of the room.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'd sit there and I'd piss in jars and then I'd pour it out the window.
okay.
Yeah.
Was he locking you in the room by yourself or with him? Or?
It was a lot of the times with him, but other times he would just go out into the living room and watch TV and make me watch something on the phone. So yeah, it only other thing that really happened was, the abuse, the physical and sexual abuse.
So in person, it was just like living with a loser.
Pretty much.
And none of like the fantastical stuff.
No.
Okay, so that was all online.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. Sorry, my OCD. So what was the day-to-day online like? Like what was, I don't know, what were the scenarios he would put you all through?
So like I said, if anybody ever left, they were automatically deemed an enemy of the group. So he would mostly do that, like, to keep us in line, like, make us delete the accounts, make new accounts and shit. So if we weren't in crisis mode, clearing everything out, we were just encouraged to encourage our little packs to go off on Whisper and try to find more members. So it was consistently trying to find as many people as possible that wanted to join and bringing them in and indoctrinating them. And after I realized what was going on, it was so difficult to participate in it.
So a lot of it was recruitment.
Yes.
What was his motive?
Maybe sexual gratification. There was one point where he did send CP of me. Like sent it to some dude on Kick. He was sending it for money, but then the dude never paid him. So, but he would get that. He would get nudes and stuff from the other minors. I don't know exactly what he did with them. There's a possibility he could have been selling them. Maybe he just kept them for himself after that, but the probability of that is probably low. So I really don't know why he was so adamant about gathering pictures of all of us. If it wasn't sexual, then it was to blackmail us.
Okay. How did he maintain control and manipulate y'all?
He would get all of us onto a call and just start screaming at us. Screaming just so much about nonsense that we don't understand what we're in trouble for, but, he quelled all that with just the fear of, oh shit, he's yelling at us, he's screaming at us. And he would do that very frequently. Like I said, he did that when he was trying to convince my girlfriend at the time that I was cheating on her with my friend. And then he would also, like, if we have had loved ones that have, like, passed away or whatever, or in my particular case, him knowing that I had 4 miscarriages while I was with him, he would sit there and say, oh, well, your baby's soul will go to hell. And then your great-grandmother's soul will go to hell. Like, just trying to manipulate us that deep with people that we genuinely loved and genuinely cared about. Like, my girlfriend's person that he would use against her was one of her friends who had passed away. And it was, like, really heartbreaking at first, like, thinking that he could actually do that. But with the whole, oh, he's God or he's the son of God or whatever, we didn't know what to expect at first. Until, of course, we started seeing the bullshit, and then we're like, I mean, yeah, that kind of stings, but you can't really do that. I don't know.
What were some of the beliefs or practices of the cult that you now realize were harmful?
For one, mentally manipulating us. One thing that he did was he tried to get like multiple girls in the group to be in a relationship with him. Like he basically wanted a harem. And he would just sit there and love bomb everyone and, make everyone think, oh, it's really going to happen. Oh, we're all going to get together in person. And then if one of us did something he didn't like, he'd just dump us and never consider it ever again. And then he would use those other feelings to kind of play with them over time, being like, oh, maybe we'll get back together.
So just super manipulative.
Yes, very manipulative. Very, very much into using everything you feel against you. And he learned our emotions so well, it was terrifying.
Was he good at pinning y'all against each other, or would y'all get the idea that he's a piece of shit and you shouldn't listen to him?
At first, when he started trying to pin us against each other, it did work. But later on, after when I was back in Texas, he had sexually assaulted Kayla, the other girl that was there in person. And she reported him to the police and nothing happened. So she left. Myself and my girlfriend at the time, we were like, okay, well, let's stay and collect evidence at this point. Something will need to be done eventually. So we stayed longer, and that's when we really started seeing, how he really tried to pin everybody against one another. Oh, well, so-and-so said that you said this. And he would, accuse us of things we definitely didn't do, but he would convince us that somehow we did. And it was so confusing because it's well, he tried to say that one of the other survivors, he had, lured her in with the whole other person after she left. The alias was Giomara. He just sat there and manipulated her so much. Oh yeah, their group is evil, and everything. And then she disappeared one day and that girl came back. Well, she sat there during a call that he had with myself, my girlfriend, her, she was technically our daughter, and maybe 2 other people, and sat there screaming and saying, yeah, I've got the screenshots. You said that you wanted her dead. Saying this about the girl that was talking to Giamara. And he was like, yeah, no, she wants to kill you. She wants to kill you. And that was what the fuck? And it got to the point where she believed that she had actually done it. And it was just so heartbreaking watching him do that to someone. And later on realizing what it really was that was going on, because at first we were like, what? And then after that we were like, well, why didn't he send the pictures then? Why didn't he send the screenshots? Because they don't exist. So he just sat there and overwhelmed us to the point that we just would believe anything just to get out of that call. Yeah. So the pinning everyone against each other was a very, very frequent thing that he did. Like, especially after I left and he convinced that one girl that I somehow stole her money. Like, that was obviously, like, heavy manipulation to make her believe that you never sent me any money. I was never asking you for money. Like, yeah. And she hit up, like, my girlfriend at the time and was telling her everything. Like, yeah, no, she stole my money. And I'm like, bruh, you really think I have money?
It's weird how the human mind works.
Yeah.
Believe, I don't know, just random stuff told to us.
Especially under great stress.
Oh, absolutely. Was there a moment or series of moments that made you realize you were in a cult?
I think one of the biggest ones was after he had sexually assaulted Kayla. It was like after that happened and she had like, photo evidence that he was there. We saw it with our own eyes and it was like, that tracks. Because I thought about whenever I went to see him the very last time that I was pregnant when I was living with my foster parents, he had beaten me and then sexually assaulted me. Like, he didn't even know I was pregnant, but when he saw me, like, protecting my stomach, he, like, really started going for it. But just realizing that, like, all of that was just him being a piece of shit. And realizing that he isn't everything that he's saying, because then why would this happen or why would that happen? Like, things that he said would never happen. So, like, all of that, and then keeping screenshots and everything and reading through them over time and realizing that, yeah, no, this dude's fucked. It took, like, a few months for us to fully process that it was, like, an actual cult, because I had just been watching true crime shit, and I was like, no, this sounds like a cult. Like, hearing things about Charles Manson and how he manipulated his followers and shit, I was like, well, that sounds familiar. Ugh. It's scary once you realize that you were in that and that you were also somewhat complicit in bringing other children into this. Like, there's also huge shame there. Like, mine never goes away knowing that I lured some people in and I allowed them to talk to him and everything. Like, just realizing what I put them through, it hurts. And one of the things I have to realize at the end of the day was I was under his control. That wasn't my fault.
You were a kid too.
Yeah, I was literally one of them.
So it took you a few months to realize.
Yes.
Okay. What did you think it was before?
I thought it was just a pack.
A pack.
Yeah, because that's what he called it. The pack, the family.
So he made it like a home to y'all.
Yes.
Or seem like a home. Tell me more about that.
I feel like majority of us stayed when we did because we had all made friends with each other. Like, there were so many days that my girlfriend and a couple other girls, like, we would be on a messenger call, like, 24/7. Just always talking to each other. I'd turn on my video, I'd be watching a movie, and I'd just be sitting there with my phone aimed up at my TV. And so we actually felt like family, and we always joked about one day we're gonna move in together and our pantry's gonna be filled with nothing but mac and cheese. It's a mac and cheese house. And oh my god, on 420, we're gonna do 420 miss, and the whole thing is you leave some pot brownies out for Snoop and he leaves you a gift under the weed tree. Like we just like always thought of like the stupidest things, and one of them kept making memes of me, and I think my favorite one is a quote that I had said. She like took a picture of me, made it black and white, and it says I'm gonna have a kid one day and I'm gonna name him Obama. I don't even know why I said that, but like she would always just document my out-of-pocket things. Like one day I was going through my grandma's pantry and I was like, we got pinto beans, we got black beans, red beans, kidney beans. This woman has more beans than I have reasons to live. And like she would always make those memes, and that was like the light of my day. So a lot of us were like really, really there because we had created those bonds, and if one of us left, we wouldn't be allowed to talk to the people that were still in it. Because it was like, yeah, once this person leaves, you never talk to them again. Unless they come back to the group and they're loyal, you don't talk to them again. So, a lot of us stayed for fear that we'd lose each other.
Was there a specific moment that led to your decision to escape?
Kayla getting sexually assaulted by him. Like, literally in a ditch outside of a church. It was December of, I want to say, 2017. Or was it 2017 or 2016? I don't even know. Timeline's warped, but I just remember it was December and her messaging me and a couple other people and being like, this is what just happened and everything. And that was when I was like, no, he cannot get away with that. So I was a little rough with it, I won't lie, but I kind of forced her into going to the authorities. I was like, either you call them or I will. Even if I wasn't there, I wanted to try and help. And, you know, she gave them all the photo evidence and everything. You know, the text where he said he was going to go over there. She even ended up pregnant from it. But when she messaged the detective and was like, hey, he got me pregnant, the detectives never responded ever again. And she ended up miscarrying. So she didn't have that baby, and honestly, I think that she believes that was for the best. I honestly don't know if she would have been able to handle it at that point, because there was a lot of shit going on. But after that had happened, I was like, no, we got to collect all this evidence. I messaged my girlfriend. She was in that group chat where, you know, Kayla was telling us everything. And we were just like, we need to get all the evidence we can. Like, every point where he's trying to manipulate us, anything that can be used one day, any pictures he sends us, any videos or whatever, like, just very, very trying to hit hard with the collect everything. And I finally left for good, and it was like directly on a 4th of July. And my girlfriend, we had broken up at that point. We realized that, like, yeah, we love each other, but not like that. So we had, like, broken up and everything, but we were like, it's time, we gotta leave. And we left, and he lured everybody that we had pulled out back in. Like, everyone that was in our separate packs. he pulled every single one of them back in after we had been sending them evidence.
How do you do that?
He faked some screenshots, and like said, yeah, see, this here is where, this one says that she's making all this up. Like, literally made fake screenshots, and I was like, that is so fake. But nobody believed me because he had them wrapped around his finger. They craved that family dynamic that he was promising them. They craved to be supernatural like he promised they would. And it was just... It was heartbreaking watching everyone flood back in. Like, especially after we had tried so hard. We had tried for months. And just didn't really help anyone else, but thankfully we managed to stay in contact with some other people that ended up getting out over time.
Good. How did you manage to leave the group? What was the process?
I literally just said, hey, I'm not feeling this, and was like, I'm gonna leave.
To him or to the group?
To him.
Okay.
And when I like officially left, I guess the spy that was in my pack like showed him everything, because I was like, guys, I'm leaving now, so we all need to get out. Well, that person pulled everybody that was in that group chat into a separate one where he had like talked to them and was like, no, she's lying, and showed them like the fake screenshots where myself and others were lying or whatever. And I just remember it was 4th of July and I had left like that morning, and the rest of the day I was out with family like at a pool. And I was just like, fuck. That was like the moment my heart realized like he never fucking loved me. He hurt me in so many different ways. He's going to be hurting all these other kids because I couldn't get them out. And that was the roughest feeling in the world. Like, oh my God. Like, I even snuck around, found a Jell-O shot, went to the bathroom, fucking popped that bitch. I was like, this ain't gonna do anything to me right now, but it's okay. It's fine. I'll be fine. It's a Jell-O shot. And just kind of focused on, like, trying to hang out with my family. But it was just an empty feeling, realizing that everything was a lie. Everything he said was a lie. And that he made me complicit in luring other people in for him to hurt. And then dealing with the trauma of that too, like, it was a time. It took a really long time to come to terms with it.
How long did it take for you to realize you were traumatized from that?
It took me about 3-4 months before I started having nightmares. And like most of them I couldn't remember. There were a few times where I had night terrors of the abuse and everything, and waking up in a cold sweat. I get freaked out when I hear like knocking on doors still. Like it just reminds me of him banging on the door when I'd lock him out. And I just had a lot of triggers, like especially people yelling at me. People start yelling at me, I'll either go stone face or get like verbally like hostile. Like I will yell if I feel like I'm being threatened. Because of everything that he did, I've become very like reactive in situations.
I'm so sorry to hear all that. Are Are you comfortable right now?
Yes.
Okay, doing good? Okay. You want to keep going or do you need a break?
Let's keep going.
Okay. Did you receive any help from external sources like family, friends, organizations while leaving?
My family didn't know that I had left until a few months later because Camden had lured Carrie back in, and I was in the process of contacting some members that I knew were still in it. I was contacting their families, letting them know what was really going on. And there was like a thing on Wattpad that my then ex-girlfriend that she had posted to like it was one of those things where it was like, oh hey, if you want this and this in life, join this group, this is the kick, or this is where you can get into contact with someone. And that day was absolutely wild. So someone had like asked if my ex was still in the group, and she was like, no, and don't seek it out, it's a cult. Well, I guess someone had been keeping an eye on it, because all of a sudden here comes some of their members that are kids threatening to literally kill some of us, saying that one of them was like, if I really wanted to kill you, I'd find you and slit your throat or something like that. And then Camden himself was messaging saying that, oh, the group was so, like, they were trying to cause drama, these ladies, and then what, after we removed them, everything was civil, and now they're trying to bother people's families, like, trying to play the fucking victim. And then he got Carrie on there. And this girl sat there. So right before I had left the cult, I had dated this other girl after I broke up with with the girl that was in the cult. She was like heavily on drugs at the time, like meth and shit. And I thought I liked her at first, and then after a week I was like, I'm not really feeling it. So, we broke up and everything. We never really spoke after that. Well, in Carrie's message, she was like, yeah, her and I share an ex, and even she agrees that she's batshit crazy. And I'm like, what? And she's like, she's a liar. She always has been a liar. And I don't know why she's on friends' pages. And she, at the very end of her message, she literally was like, tell her to stop, because if she doesn't, I'll file a police report, and I know where her family lives, and I know where she wrote my 3-4-year-old sister's name, was like, I know where she and her sister live, and if she's not careful, I'll be seeing them both very soon. Fucking threatening a child. Like, he was legitimately trying to do anything to silence us, even on that small scale. And it was like, it was really difficult seeing, like, literal children threatening us because they didn't understand the extent of what they were really in. Ugh.
So they're like fully indoctrinated.
Yes.
Okay. So, when you officially left, you were where? At home or with him?
I was at home.
Okay. How long after that? How long? Let me rephrase. When was the last time you saw him?
Like, in person?
Yes.
It was right before I was moved from my group home, from my foster home to my group home. that was the night where he had induced my last miscarriage. And like, he had convinced me to have someone bring me to his house. He beat me and then raped me, and then after that, like, he made me like sneak phones in the group home to continue like talking in the group chats when I was at school. But yeah, that was the last time I ever saw him in person.
And how long was that from when you officially left?
That was about a year. Like, I know I spent a whole Christmas in there. God, I want to say it was like 2017, 2018. And like I said, the timeline's blurry for me right now.
That's fine. So you saw him, and he did all that. A year passes, and then you officially left?
Yeah.
Around there? Okay. Why so long?
Like I said, after he had, things started to, like, not really add up, and we started questioning everything. I was still kind of in the hopes that one day maybe he would want to get back into a relationship with me. I was just so convinced that he was the only person that could love me. So I was, like, just kind of in there because I was like, well, fuck it. Maybe one day he'll see how great I am. Maybe one day he'll decide that I really am the one. And then he, like, sexually assaulted Kayla. And that was when I was like, okay, yeah, no, that's fucked.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm just putting it all together in my head.
It's okay.
You see him, and then you leave to you're being moved from your group home to your foster home? Or the other
Foster home to the group home.
Okay, the group home is where?
It was about 2 hours north of where I was staying, which was, I was originally in Snellville, Georgia, and then I went to Dahlonega, Georgia, in Lumpkin County.
Okay.
Very gross name, Lumpkin.
Yes. Where was Camden located?
He was located just a town over from Snellville. He was in Lilburn.
Okay. And so that entire year, you still loved him, correct? And
Yes.
you wanted him to get back with you. And then he did everything he did to Kayla. Okay. And that was the moment you officially left.
I didn't leave like right then. Like I said, I stayed for just a few months until I left on a 4th of July.
Okay. And the month, that was you putting all the pieces together? After everything happened to Kayla?
Yes.
Okay. So, sorry, we're gonna go off track here. I'm trying to like just make a roadmap of
It's okay.
of all the locations. So, you are from Wiley, Texas.
Yes.
Okay. You moved to Georgia after Carrie introduces you to him?
Yes.
Online. Okay. And you are online with him for how long before you see him in person?
I was online with him for about a month.
Okay. So you're in Wiley, Texas. Carrie introduces you to him online, correct?
Yes.
That's about a month.
Yeah.
And then you run away from home.
Yes, all the stuff happens with my family. He convinces me to run away, and then within about a week and a half, I was there.
Okay. A week and a half. Staying there or getting to there?
Getting to there.
Okay, getting there took a week and a half.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Sorry. And then went through all that. You're with him after the week and a half.
Yes.
How long do you stay with him that first time?
It was for about 3.5 months, I want to say.
Okay. So you're with him for 3.5 months. What happens in those 3.5 months? If it's everything we've already went over, just give me like Cliff Notes version.
Yeah, it was just pretty much the sexual and physical abuse, the mental manipulation, the the food abuse, like not allowing me to eat actual meals and shit. Yeah, basically everything we
So
went
he's
over.
living with a predator.
Yeah.
Okay. That's, you said 3 months?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after those 3 months, what happens?
That was around the time he was heavily trying to push me to sleep with random men from Whisper.
Okay, trying to traffic
Yeah.
you.
And then after I said no, and he knew that he couldn't really physically abuse me without me trying to fight back, he was like, "No, I'm gonna get her the fuck out."
So he kicks you out.
Yeah, and that's when he was like, "Leviathans are coming to kill you."
Okay.
Yeah, and made me like turn myself into the police and go into foster care.
So you went to the police to go into foster care.
Yes.
Did you say anything about him or what happened to you with him?
No.
Okay. Did he convince you to not say anything?
Yes, very heavily. Like, literally had me, like, take the SD card out of my phone and, like, hide it in my bra. And, like, literally made me, like, delete everything, like, all my contact with him and, like, heavily, like, deleted that phone.
Okay. And you were complacent because you loved him?
Because I loved him and because I believed that he was right, that somebody would find out and somebody would kill me and kill him.
Okay, so you're also still indoctrinated at that point.
Yes.
Okay, and the police put you in a foster home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you're in the foster home for how long?
God, I want to say it was from, maybe... So, like, I want to say halfway through July was when I got there with them. And I stayed with them until around September.
So around 6 months, 3 months?
About 3-4 months.
Okay. And you're moved to a group home?
Yes, I got moved out of the group home, or out of the foster home.
Into a group home?
Yes.
Okay, what is the group home?
It was rainbow and it was shit.
Rainbow?
Yeah, a rainbow group home. It was not fun.
So what is that? What is a rainbow group home?
So this particular group home, it was just a small house. There was 4 bedrooms. One bedroom housed one girl. One bedroom housed 3, and then the other 2 held 2.
Is this from an organization?
It was just its own, like, separate group home, but, like, people from DFACS, Department of Family and Children's Services, they would, like, you know, sanction these places as, like, children care places, pretty much. Like, they definitely got money from taking care of us.
Okay, so it's a government program.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. And they put you in these group homes. How long were you in that group home?
I was in that group home from September to a week before Thanksgiving because, like, it got so bad. Like, I loved my foster parents, and they actually came to visit myself and one of my other foster sisters that was moved into the same group home with me. And, like, you know, they came to see us. They got permission to take us off, you know, off the premises and take us out to dinner. And then, like, when I got back, I was, like, super overwhelmed because it had been so long since I'd been around good company. And then walking right back into that depressive environment was kind of a shell shock because I was like, damn, I'm really never going to be able to live with my foster parents again. And I just shut down mentally, and like one of the women there, she just like stood in the doorway while I was up on my bunk, and she just had her arms crossed staring at me, giving me a death glare. And it made me so anxious, and I started screaming, "Stop looking at me, stop looking at me, leave me alone. I want to be alone." And like she just kept staring at me. And she would sit there and get into arguments with some of the other girls in the group home. They would sit there and treat us like we're stupid and everything. It was very demeaning being in that environment. So after, like, got to the point where I got into case with my case manager from DFACS, and I was like, send me back to Texas. I don't want to be here anymore.
You wanted to go home.
Yeah. Which, that's also one of the reasons why I was moved into a group home to begin with, because I loved my foster parents too much.
What?
Yeah, because DFACS's main goal is to reunite families. So,
Okay, so they don't want you with the foster family.
yeah, they didn't want me in their jurisdiction because I was from Collin County, and they will pretty much do anything to try and convince children to go back to their parents.
Okay. So the group home is owned by DFACS. That is.
I wouldn't say it's owned by DFACS,
But
but
it's being used.
yeah, they go through DFACS to like place the children with homes. Like they'll find like all the group homes and foster homes in the different areas.
Okay. And as you just said, it was not a good experience.
Yeah.
Who was the staring lady?
Her name was Janice.
Okay.
And yeah, a lot of us didn't like her.
Was she just part of the DFACS?
She was just one of the caretakers. So like, you know, there was the director of the group home, there was like, I guess the secretaries or something. And then there was like the people that they hired to actually like be in the house with us and cook for us, or watch us while we cook or whatever, you know, type out what we've done throughout the day. Like they literally had to write reports on every girl in the home by the end of the day, like when they were on shifts. There were some that were really good. Like Miss Susan I absolutely loved. Like, oh my goodness. she was a really funny lady, and she was pescatarian.
Oh.
So like one of the days that I was cooking, they had all the girls cook 2 meals a month, a lunch and a dinner. Because it was like part of their program of teaching us how to do adult things so we can survive in the real world. Like I made tuna steaks.
Nice.
And oh my gosh, it was so much fun. I was like, yeah, I did that for her for like a lunch because I knew she was going to be on shift that day. And I specifically wanted her to be there for the fish.
Cute. Did she have it?
Yeah, she did.
Oh, she like it?
Yeah.
Cute.
But
Miss Susan.
yeah.
But she was a caretaker?
Yes.
And Janice was also a caretaker.
Yes.
Sorry we're off track from Camden. I just want to know.
It's okay. Learning about like the group home systems and whatnot.
Yeah, I want to know everything about your experience. Okay, interesting. So you said it was Department of
Family Children Services.
Department of Family Children Services. Okay. During that whole time period, were you still in the cult?
Yes.
Okay, you were. were you still connected to them, like through your phone or anything?
Yes, he very much like pressured me into keeping contact with him. So that meant sneaking devices at school and everything. Like even if I had to go as far as to borrowing someone's phone for the day and logging into Kick and talking to him and everything. He specifically did that because he wanted to make sure that, he was still in my head.
Okay. So you were able to have a phone in the Rainbow group home?
No.
Okay.
That's why I had to sneak it.
Okay, you got to sneak in a phone. Did you sneak it into the home, or was it only at school? How did it work?
There was one time I tried to, and that was the day that they were actually doing checks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like literally with a metal detector and everything. Like literally made us grab our bras and like shake to make sure that there was nothing in our bras.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and like patting us down and shit. It was very demeaning.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that day I just so happened to have a phone, and funny enough, it had broken because my friend that was supposed to charge it for me, she had accidentally left it in her mom's car, and it got really, really hot, and so the screen just completely fried itself.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, it like could turn on, but you couldn't see anything on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Janice is over there. Like, there's a stairs to go upstairs into the attic where they like kept all the spare clothes and everything that get donated. And they had like a little plug-in. She had it plugged in. She was sitting there trying to get into it because they literally had a rule at Rainbow that if they caught you with a phone, that you had to provide them with the passcode so that they can look through it.
Dang.
Yeah, and she was sitting there fucking trying to get it to come on, and I was like, Janice, that ain't gonna work.
In terms of the cold, what would they have found out if the phone worked?
God, I don't know. I don't even know if she would have even gone through Kick, but, she probably would have found, like, the group chats where I'm mostly, like, talking about how shitty Rainbow is and how much I miss my foster parents. They would have maybe seen him trying to convince me to get girls in my group home to join and everything, or try to get my classmates to join. So just a lot of trying to push for me to lure more in.
Okay. Sorry, no one texted me.
It's okay.
So you were in that group home for how long?
For like a month and a half.
Okay. And then after that month and a half, where'd you go?
I've finally had my court date and just said I wanted to go back to Texas.
Okay.
So
Send you back?
yes.
Okay. So you go back to Wiley?
Mhm.
Okay, and you go back to your family's home?
Yes.
Okay, how was that experience?
It was kind of a shell shock. It was like I have complete freedom. Like I don't have to be restricted on electronics. I don't have to sit there and be scared that like if I say the wrong thing that I'm going to get in trouble because like if you got in trouble at Rainbow, you got privileges taken away. Such as being able to watch TV or play on the Wii or whatever. So it was just like, wow, I can just exist within a space. And I didn't end up going back to school after I came back because I had already too much trauma on my plate and I didn't realize it, but I was just like, I just don't think I'm ready to go back. Like part of me knew that something was up in here, but yeah, I was like, I'm not ready. I can't deal with all the people.
So how else was the trauma affecting your behavior in that time that you might not have realized until like years later?
Definitely being reactive to certain situations within the home. Like, if somebody got upset about something, I'd immediately get like defensive or withdraw into myself. Or when someone's like sitting there and I can even tell that there's a twinge of them being upset with me. Everything in my body would just break, and I just kind of felt empty, and I wouldn't be able to pay attention or listen to the person anymore because my brain was just like, no, we got to block it out. So I was very like sensitive to criticism, very like sensitive to loud noises, i.e., knocking on doors. It the nightmares, the night terrors and shit, like it all started, but I didn't understand why I was having it at that point until like I said later on when I did finally realize that no, something's not right. Like, why do I feel this way now? So it was a wake up call, realizing that no, there's a reason that I feel this way.
Okay. Back to the roadmap I'm building in my mind.
Okay.
So you stay, because you go back to visit Camden, correct? Or no, that was the only time.
That was the only time.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So you're with your family, in Wiley, and that's where you've stayed since?
Yes.
Okay. But you're still active in the cult?
Yes, I was.
Okay. How long did that last?
Like I said, I think about a year.
Okay. So you experienced everything you experienced with him and that everything after you ran away. And you're back home now. You clearly have trauma from it that you might start to pick up on. Is that all correct so far?
Yes.
Okay. And you're still in the cult for a year up until that Kayla situation.
Yes.
And then that, you spent a month, like, basically reviewing everything that had happened to you.
Yeah, stayed in for a couple more months to just gather all the evidence.
Okay.
Screenshots and everything.
Okay. Thank you for that. Do you need a break or do you want to keep going?
Let's take a small break.
All right, let's do it. Thank you. She's in focus?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's get back into it. Rolling, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can you share any stories of individuals who are instrumental in your escape or recovery?
Basically the girl that was my girlfriend in the cult, she very, very much gave me the mental support that I needed to go through that, and we were going through it together, so we were there for each other. Definitely Kayla helped a lot. And other than that, I really didn't have many other people that helped me escape. It was just, stuff that we had already planned on doing.
What about recovery? Was there anyone that stands out?
I eventually went and started getting mental health services, because the PTSD really did affect me. I'm unable to work because if anyone gets mad at me or even slightly raises their voice at me, it sends me into a panic attack. I have chronic pain and everything from, physical abuse. So unfortunately, like, I really had to come to terms with the fact that majority of my disabilities do stem from that abuse that I suffered when I was with him. But I pushed through. Something that actually really helped me get through it. I watched Law and Order SVU all the way through, and seeing like different kinds of cases of like stuff that could happen, some things being based on true stories. It just really helped me process everything that I went through. And anytime they did cold episodes, it was like, I recognize that behavior and I recognize this behavior. And yes, the victim is, going through these feelings. I went through that. So it really helped me, like, figure everything out within myself.
Does it give comfort to know you're not alone?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Why?
Because it means that when it comes to, going through this and trying to work past it, it makes me realize that, like, it does happen to so many people. And one of the reasons I'm speaking out is because I want other people to recognize, toxic behaviors and learn, like, what red flags there are if you're talking to an individual that's leading a group like this, Just knowing that maybe someone will watch this and get something from it, and hopefully if they are involved in a situation, maybe get help. So just knowing that I'm not alone in it and that I could possibly just help someone. That's what's getting me through this.
That's awesome. Can you talk about the immediate aftermath of leaving the cult? What kind of support did you need and receive?
Most of the feelings I felt right after I left was like loneliness, and like there was a huge hole in my heart because I basically had to like rip him from it. Like I was so attached to him mentally, and finally severing that just made me feel like broken and dark and empty and everything, and realizing what behaviors I had done that could have possibly hurt people. That was a huge struggle in the aftermath. And like really the only people that understood the same feeling was my ex and Kayla. So yeah, it was a rough time. And then that's when nightmares started getting like really, really bad. Like I was not able to sleep for the longest time.
Can you describe one of your nightmares? If you're comfortable.
I could never really remember them. It was mostly the night terrors. Every once in a while I could remember them, and it was just remembering the last time I saw him in person when he beat me until I miscarried and sat there and raped me. Like it was so vivid too, and I just remember waking up from that one and wanting to puke. Like it felt my body was hurting everywhere that he had actually hit. So it was really weird feeling that residual pain.
Sorry, I went through that. So, you talked about loneliness after. Is the fear of loneliness like a big reason why you were willing to put up with so much torment during?
I do have fear of abandonment. So I would say that was like another factor keeping me in. But another part of the loneliness afterwards was feeling like I really couldn't trust anybody. So it was like really hard for me to get back out there and make, new friends and everything. Took me a couple years to even be able to do that. Like if I didn't already know somebody, I didn't really want to venture outside of my people.
So how did you regain trust in people after all that?
I just had to realize that the whole world isn't against me. Like if I use everything that, he did against me, if I use all of that knowledge, I can kind of like pinpoint, well, hey, is this person going to be healthy for me to be around? And if I, as I describe it to my little sister, if I get that ick in my stomach, I know to run the other way. Yeah, so it's definitely made me more weary of who I hang around and what company I keep, but yeah. I don't know.
And you didn't used to be like that.
No, not really. I used to be the kind of person that like I would literally like just start talking to people. Like when I was in school and everything before I ran away, I was always like friends with everyone, or at least tried to be. Like I never had a particular clique that I was in because I was always hanging around everybody.
Okay. So this is branching off of that. How have you processed your experiences since leaving the group?
So I've basically learned all the behaviors that he used to manipulate us and everything, and register, okay, well, this wasn't my fault because he did A, B, and C, so I would believe him, stuff like that. It was very much like learning what tactics abusers use to kind of better understand what I actually experienced. Like I tried to look at it from an outsider's perspective.
And that gave you the I guess the knowledge of the whole situation from an objective standpoint.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me more about that. Like, how do you separate yourself from something like that traumatic?
I like I said, Law and Order SVU was one thing that helped. I also watched something called Cults and Extreme Beliefs, and like I'd watch other stuff where people were talking about cults and really learned like what the leaders do and everything, and that really made me like it really made me look at it outside of myself. So seeing everything that other people went through and knowing that a lot of it is similar to things that I had experienced, that's what really helped me pull myself out and look at it there.
Is it just knowing you're not alone, or is there more to it?
I think there's more to it. Most of it is understanding that this isn't something new. Like, stuff like this has been happening for so long.
Start of humanity,
Yeah,
basically.
exactly. So, it's realizing that, like, it's unfortunate, but this is the sad reality that we live in, that this is more common than we think.
Is life cruel, would you say?
I say it can be. A lot of it has to do with what cards you've already been dealt.
So, we'll move on. Have you sought professional help, such as therapy?
Yes. I've been going through treatment since December of 2019. I've learned that I have bipolar disorder as well, so that definitely didn't help in the healing process, but learning about that and learning how to cope with it also helped me learn to cope with my PTSD and all my symptoms. I am on depression and anxiety medication and a mood stabilizer. So it kind of helps me balance myself a little bit instead of my moods like going like that. It's more so just little waves.
Yes.
So no extreme highs or extreme lows.
And that's more manageable for your life.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What were some of the challenges you faced when trying to reintegrate into society or your old life?
A lot of it had to do with like the fear of like new people, like just being anxious that everybody was out to get me.
Tell me more about
It just got really, really hard to find new people to let into my life. Like, it was really hard to reach out to even the few people that I had because it's like I felt as though nobody really fully understood what all had happened to me. And at that point, I wasn't super vocal about it like I am now. So nobody really understood what I was already mentally going through. And that they didn't know that they didn't know to reach out. Yeah, they just thought that I was just doing life and they were doing life and
that's how it goes.
yeah.
So, back to building trust with new people after all that happened. What is the process like? Well, you meet someone new, where does your mind go?
So, back when I was still learning to deal with it, my mind is, okay, how big is this person? Could this person possibly hurt me? Like, just thinking, if something happens with this person, do I have a chance? Just continuously just being nervous that anyone could get me. And it was kind of irrational thinking that some stranger would just attack me in broad daylight, but it was, my brain was just on edge and was trying to protect me.
Oh yeah, you're in survival mode.
Yeah, pretty much.
Especially with all that trauma. My God. So you would spiral, when you met someone new, you would spiral and try to figure out, okay, if this person turns out being evil, these are my avenues of escape, or
Yeah,
tell
pretty
me more
much.
about that, just the whole thought process, like from one thought to the other, what goes.
So, it was basically my brain just already trying to formulate escape plans if anything happened. Like, it was so bad to the point where I had a thing on my phone where if I triple clicked my lock button, it would send a picture from my front and back camera and a 10-second audio recording to 3 people that I had set for that.
Yes.
And, like, it was kind of annoying because it kept going off when I wasn't even doing anything. I'd just be sitting there, and then my family would be calling me, asking me if I'm okay, and I'm like, oh, fuck. But, God, I don't even know when it was that I started, like, relaxing with all of that. But it just got to the point where it was easier and easier to like talk to people because I did know what behaviors to look for. So I was able to relax and be like, okay, well, if this person does this, that's a red flag and I'm out.
What are the behaviors to look for?
Certain behaviors is like people that are getting like super snappy for no reason. People that like if you're out in public and someone like comes up behind you and they just like touch your shoulders and they're like moving you and everything, no, stay away from that person. I don't know, like I said, I really rely on the ick factor. Like my stomach will churn if I'm around somebody that seems like they could be super unsafe. God, it's really hard to explain. When it comes to like cults and everything, and you're looking for red flags, it's gonna be the person that's gonna sit there and slowly over time like try and push your family out of your life and your friends, like isolation. Like any abuser takes that tactic to begin with. And then it gets to the point where, oh, well, I matter to you, don't I? Well, if I matter to you, why aren't you doing this for me? Or why aren't you doing that? Or why should you ask me questions? I said to do this. And it just slowly progresses over time.
Is that ick feeling ever wrong?
For me, it's never been wrong. Like, it has helped me a lot of times.
You know when to listen to your gut.
Yeah.
You've been through it. How did you rebuild your life? Are we good? Oh, sorry. How did you rebuild your life after escaping from this situation? What resources were most helpful to you during this time?
Mostly going through mental health services. I also went through like a PTSD group within my therapy place. And like I met other women that had dealt with just a multitude of things like physical abuse. One of them was in there for losing her daughter. There was another woman that was kind of involved in a little cult too. So it was heartbreaking to see that these women had been through all of this and see that even in their older age they still are mentally dealing with it and still mentally trying to push through on it. And made me realize like this really is something that happens frequently. Like people do face shit like this every day. So like being able to be around these people who've been through it and who've been working through it, it was encouraging to me wanting to continue on my mental health journey there.
So, sorry, just to backtrack. So this was a group?
Yes, within my therapy place.
Okay. So those group sessions really work?
Yes.
Is it like in the movies where it's all set up in chairs around a circle?
We were sitting around a table.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was kind of like a cafeteria table where there was like, separate seats rather than a bench.
Okay. What are the most useful takeaways from that? Like, what about sitting in a table of people who have been in similar situations? What is that experience like, and what are the best takeaways from that?
One of the things we mostly did was we had like worksheets that we'd fill out during sessions, and one of the ones that really helped me, especially listening to the other women recount their stuff, they had on the worksheet like, okay, well, what behaviors do you have? Is this related to trauma? And then it would also ask, would you like to explore this? So it was like things, are you scared to go to the doctor? Or are you scared to go to the dentist? Are you afraid of people abandoning you? Like, it would just ask a multitude of like questions like that, just simple things that you really wouldn't even think of. And like hearing how all the other women felt about different things, it was nice learning about that and learning how things affect people and what traumas really can be caused.
That worksheet you were talking about, do you know the name of it?
It was just something from they had like a book made specifically for that Therapy Places group.
Oh, okay, so it's like a proprietary, they privately own that worksheet.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of questions were, I mean, you already gone a little bit into it, but what else? Like what are the things someone can ask themselves to make them heal trauma, I guess?
Um, God, it's so hard to remember. It's been so long since I looked at that worksheet.
It's okay, just do your best.
So it was mostly like I said, just simple questions like, oh, do you have nightmares? Or are you afraid of falling asleep some nights? Or, can you, do you prefer to lock a door when you're in a room? Like, stuff like that. And like, when it asks you if you experience that and if, you believe that's related to trauma and everything, it kind of flips that switch in your brain, telling you that, oh, hey, yeah, no, that is because of this.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
So just by looking at the question and seeing, is this related to trauma? You're like, oh,
You're like, oh fuck, I guess it is.
that is so interesting. I guess a lot of people should ask themselves that. Like,
Yeah.
is this situation related to trauma? Okay. I mean, was there more? In the group's therapy stuff, is there more like the general public should know about, like that helped you?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, my therapy place is free, so that also like really helped me with it. I'd honestly suggest to anyone that can't even afford to go to therapy to look for places that uh, you pay based on scale, based on how much you make, if you make money. But yeah, it helped me recognize like how a lot of my behaviors are influenced by trauma. Like, I sit there and I get anxious. I've got dermatillomania because I skin pick when I'm anxious. Like, there have been some times where I've had such bad scabs on the back of my neck, and it's just from stress and anxiety and everything. And yeah,
That's a symptom of PTSD, or is it just its own thing?
it can be caused by PTSD. But some people have it since birth. It's also it's a slight OCD tendency as well.
Okay, interesting. So you mentioned pay by scale. Is that how you were able to afford it?
Like I said, I get all my treatment free
Yes.
since I am disabled and I can't work. I also get all my meds free from them.
Wow. Okay. How how do we capitalize on systems that are like pay by scale or disability benefits? Like, how do you even, is that a process in of itself? Or?
Getting into my therapy place was pretty easy. I literally went in there, had all my paperwork with me, and I went through intake, which was just 3 hours. And within those 3 hours, she was able to pinpoint like everything, because I even brought old medical records that I still had, such as my visit to a mental hospital when I was 15. So taking that and like explaining what happened when I was at the mental hospital and everything that I experienced day to day, she was able to pinpoint that, yeah, I had bipolar disorder, which I already assumed that I did because my mother's bipolar as well. But getting into it was fast. It can be slow sometimes with other places that do pay by scale, because the people that they can only have so many people that work there, and then they get an overflow of people, like so many people, and it's so hard to keep up with people. But if you're persistent with places like that, they'll get you in.
So the audience can have something to take away from specifically lower class individuals. You would tell them to be persistent.
Yes, very much so.
Is there anything else they should know?
Just be 100% honest with the people that they're talking to, because at the end of the day, if you're in America, there's HIPAA in place. They can't talk about anything that you tell them, like, at all. Like, I can't even have a friend sit in and listen to one of my appointments without both of us signing a piece of paper saying that, yes, I allow this person to be in on this, and I have the right to revoke this at any point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you need to be honest.
Yes.
You need to be persistent. Anything else?
Just keep working with it. A lot of people go in and they think that one session will fix it, and nothing's ever going to fix it. It's when you go in and do, take advantage of these mental health services, you're mostly trying to learn, okay, well, what's related to this? What can I do to not react to this? What can I do to reduce my nightmares? Like, you look for coping mechanisms while you're in there, and you push, and it gets really hard sometimes. Like, there's some days where you think, fuck, no, I can't do this. But at the end of the day, if you're honest with yourself and you're honest with the person that's working with you, they will be able to give you coping mechanisms. They will be able to give you advice and listen to your experiences. And they're not there to judge you. They're not going to. And if they do, get a new therapist. And report that other person, because we do not like bad mental health services in this place.
So, persistence, honesty, consistency.
Yes.
Anything else?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. So every individual who watches this, who wants to recover, needs those three things.
Yes. To start with, especially.
To start with. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, so this is just more on that. Can you share some of the coping strategies that help you survive and maintain hope?
A lot of them is like, I like to displace my feelings. So like, if I'm feeling like really intense anxiety, I try and do something that'll make me feel completely opposite. So listening to music that'll help you calm down and everything, or maybe playing a stupid little phone game or something, just doing anything that can distract your mind from that. There's also sometimes when I feel certain emotions that are, related to my trauma or something, I'll sit there and I'll ask myself, okay, why am I feeling like this? What just happened that could have caused this? And then I'll think about what can I do to calm down right now? And just try and work myself through it. For panic attacks, it's so stupid, but for panic attacks, I learned to keep a little thing of bubbles with me because while I'm blowing the bubbles, it's helping me regulate my breaths.
That's so smart.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, it's really stupid, but it helped me.
It's smart. Not really stupid. It's really smart, actually. I get the same way. I take deep breaths when I'm, spiraling.
Yeah. And then you're also distracted because, ooh, pretty bubbles.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Especially if you're neurodivergent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should invest in some, actually. So that's so interesting. The questions you asked yourself are, what exactly? Whenever you're spiraling, you catch yourself spiraling. What are the questions you asked yourself?
What exactly am I feeling? How can I describe this? What just caused this? How did it get to this point to where I feel this bad? And then, what can I do right now to distract myself from this? And then, while I'm distracting myself, be like, okay, what about this is helping? And try to focus on the different points as you're working yourself through it and talking yourself through it.
So interesting. So, are you writing these questions down somewhere, or do you just ask them in your head?
I usually ask them in my head, but I know for some people it'd probably help to write it down.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you memorized all those from therapy?
That one I just kind of came across on my own.
And it's been the one that's most useful to you?
Yes.
Okay. Would you recommend other people to do like that, like make up their own strategy to deal with something, or take an already existing strategy?
I feel like if it would help people that they should try it, but I feel like you should always look for different coping mechanisms and over time figure out what system works best for you to work you through it.
That's so smart. I love that. Because everyone's unique.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. I know blowing bubbles for you, someone's going to be like, this one's going to help me calm down. I want to set things on fire. That's where I go. I'm just kidding.
We don't encourage arson, kids.
Right? Yeah. Okay, so cool. You said something about finding something to do that will make you feel the opposite of how you're feeling. Like when you feel anxiety, you will look for what? Play video games? Or
Sometimes play video games, sometimes watch stupid videos on YouTube. It's literally just looking at what emotion you're feeling right then and there and be like, okay, what's going to counter that? If I'm feeling, I get sensory overload, so in public sometimes I get super anxious and I need to separate myself. Having earbuds with me or something, or even having something to fidget with, I've got a little fidget cube here today. Stuff like that to help offset everything and put your mind to something else.
okay. You don't feel like someone might take that and get impulsive, they feel this terrible feeling, so that means they should go do heroin, right?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so what is the threshold?
It's mostly just small little innocent things that you can do. Like, literally just the most mundane, small things.
So it has to be a small innocent thing you can do that
Yes.
takes you away from the feeling. Like
Yeah.
blowing bubbles or like listening to a song you really like.
Yeah.
That's a really good strategy. I like that. Yeah. A small innocent thing you can find. Are we still rolling?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to keep going or do you want a break?
Small break.
You got it. Alright. Both rolling?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Mic check.
Beep boop.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Alright. How has this whole experience affected your relationships, belief system, and view of the world?
So like I mentioned before, it was really hard to like develop relationships at first after I had left the cult. But because of that, even if I don't have many friends, they're some of the best people I could ever know. So I've learned who to trust and have been able to actually let people back into my life. As for religion, when I first joined the cult, I was agnostic, and now I'm atheist. So I've got religious trauma from it. So there was one time I was in Dallas, and there was this dude using a bullhorn on the frickin' street saying that everyone's going to hell and everyone needs to repent for their sins. And like, it just immediately triggered me. And that was like the moment I realized that I had religious trauma. And I don't know. It definitely made me think more about who I let into my life and what I do throughout it to keep myself safe and others safe.
So you said you went from agnostic to atheist.
Yes.
What about the trauma bridged that gap for you?
It was more so coming to understanding that if there was a God, stuff like that wouldn't happen, especially to people that are underage, minors. Like, people who've faced, stuff like that before they're 18, it really becomes like a big part of your life and affects like everything, and especially who you turn out to be later on. So like it definitely can like break you down a lot.
So you went from there might be a God to there is no God.
Pretty much.
Because, yeah, who would let that happen?
Yeah, and like I've heard Christians say, "Oh, well, God did that to make you stronger." And it's like, God didn't make me stronger. I made myself stronger. And it's like along the way there were multiple opportunities where I could have left had I known there was something going on. But I didn't. And like I said, a God wouldn't let that happen if he so loves all his children very much.
So, is that something that's been said to you, that God did all this to make you stronger?
I've had a couple people try and tell me that.
What do you even say to that?
It's just one of those things where, I just ignore them because it's like I don't need to hear that, and I'm not going to sit there and debate my beliefs with other people that don't want to hear it. Like it's just better to sit down and shut up and nod your head and be like, "Yeah, yeah, okay." Yeah. So, and telling me, yeah, God wanted you to get stronger, and it's like, no, no. Even then, that's not an excuse to allow children to face that kind of abuse.
Absolutely not. So that's something that I think about all the time. Like, Christians are supposed to be all about, protecting children. But then Christianity puts God above children.
Yeah.
What kind of God would put himself above children? Like, no, children should always come first.
Yeah.
Even before God. Like, if a God is a good God, he'll put children above
Yeah.
him over. I don't know. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's say we're in a universe and there is a God and he was testing your faith or making you stronger. As a survivor of all you've been through, would you say that God is a good God?
Not really. Because the Christians are basically saying that, oh yeah, he created everything and then he just fucked off, so we'll only see him when we die. Like, that's kind of irresponsible. That's like literally giving birth to a child and then saying, okay, well, you just turned one, go fend for yourself. Yeah, like, why would you like make all these people and then just allow bad things to happen to all of them? Like, if we're all made in God's image, that means that he's also evil because he's created evil.
I really like that. Do you believe in evolution?
Yes.
Okay. So, given everything you've went through, what would you say that is in the context of evolution? Like, why are we an ape species committing these heinous things? Like, what is happening here?
Honestly, I don't know, because if you look at human beings, we've destroyed this planet. Like, and there's no other species of animal on Earth that has destroyed the environment the way that we have.
We're causing multiple extinctions.
Yeah. So, just the way that humans have been, like, for centuries, like, it's just harmful, and that makes it so unknown as to why we, this very conscious species that can create amazing things, just they don't care about everything that's going on in the world, like the actual environment and whatnot. Like,
Children.
yeah, children of fucking anyone and everyone that's been like kind of discriminated against, you know?
What is distracting us from taking care of these issues? Or what is holding us back? Why haven't we taken care of it yet?
Because majority of the world tries to pit people against each other, especially when it comes to politics.
Why is that?
Basically trying to make one side seem oh so much better so that, everyone will go for it when, they're gonna do bad. But, it doesn't matter. Both sides are always gonna be kind of shitty.
It's interesting we came from warring tribes and we're still warring tribes.
Yeah, we haven't learned from our past. So,
What does it take for us to learn from our past based on what you've experienced?
heavily like educating yourself about a multitude of things, like on different wars, on, the Holocaust and stuff like that. Like, looking at how different groups have been discriminated against and how, people have tried to kill them out. And, like, with Stonewall and the whole LGBTQ thing, like, a lot of us have had to fight for rights. And it's kind of ridiculous. We're all fucking human being. You strip away the skin, we all look the same. But I know that, like, especially when it comes to crimes against children, especially children that are people of color, it's never really touched on much. Like, they, everybody's like, oh yeah, you gotta protect the kids, but then they never do anything to protect the kids. Because they don't know how to implement, safety measures.
What personal strengths or attributes do you believe helped you endure and ultimately overcome your circumstances?
Knowing that I was able to physically protect myself against Camden made me realize that everything that he did to me mentally, I would be able to overcome that with time.
Tell me more.
I don't know, just realizing that, hey, I went through it in the moment. I survived it in the moment. I should be able to get through it now. And then also implementing the coping skills that I learned through my therapy place. Just applying all of that and learning of other people's experiences, listening to so many different stories and so many other interviews from people who have survived incidents like this. Like, it just really helped me build myself back up to be a better person and be able to actually live my life some comfortable after the trauma. Because anybody who's experienced this, they need to at least be able to feel comfortable one day. That should always at least be the minimum goal.
I want to touch back to the fact you physically survived that experience. Was the knowledge you had to survive it mentally?
Yeah.
So tell me, that's so interesting. So you could take him, the fact you could take him on physically made you realize you could deal with the trauma after the fact?
Yeah. It basically, it made me realize that I am so much stronger than I think. And it really made me realize if I am in another situation like this, I know what he's done. I know the kind of person he is. And maybe I can use that to try and keep myself from falling back into a pattern like that with somebody. And like just knowing that I was able to physically resist meant that maybe if something does happen to me one day, I may be able to physically protect myself. So just knowing that I had the physical strength made me realize that maybe I did have mental strength.
That's interesting. What about the physical strength? I don't know how to even ask this. So, would you say what was worse? Living with him in person, or the fact that he was still living with you even though you left, like internally?
I think it was the mental part of it, the still being attached to him even over state lines.
That was worse
Yeah.
than living with him physically.
Yes, because at the end of the day, my body was able to at least protect me. But it was realizing that there was really nothing I was able to do in the moment mentally. Like, I was broken down and wrapped around his finger. So, I had Stockholm syndrome. Like, I genuinely thought, oh, well, he loves me, he cares about me. And realizing after I had left, like, mentally, that fucked me. Like, it was just realizing that everything just wasn't what he said it was. That the way he felt about us wasn't true, that he was just using us, and he was doing disgusting things to not even just me, but other people, even from afar.
So, the mental battle was worse than the physical.
Yeah.
Damn. So true, though. What about it makes it, I don't know, scarier or worse? Or
It's sometimes believing certain aspects of the things that they tell you, the, oh, well, nobody will ever love you the way I do, nobody will understand you the way that I do, and you start to internalize that and genuinely believe it. Like, even upon leaving, you get that feeling of, well, fuck, maybe he was right, because you're still traumatized and you don't know how to trust.
what's the moment you realized you're traumatized?
Um, I think it took me like about a month or two after officially leaving and starting to like get that anxiety and everything, like realizing for good that he wasn't going to be in my life anymore, and then just everything flipping around in my brain being like, oh, well, shit, now I can't sleep. And now I'm noticing that I jump when I hear knocking on a door. Like, I had been doing those things before. I had been feeling those things, but I didn't realize what it was until later on.
Okay. What are some unexpected ways in which you've grown or learned about yourself as a result of your experience?
Well, I've learned that I'm a better person than I thought I was. I used to think I was a terrible fucking person for, the shit that I did within the cult, helping indoctrinate and lure in other kids. But I realized, like, I don't know, that I'm just. I don't know, repeat the question again. I'm sorry.
You were a kid.
Huh?
You were a kid.
Yeah.
But, you are a better person than what anyone would have made you think, you know. Just so you know that. But the question was, what are some unexpected ways in which you've grown or learned about yourself as a result of your experience?
Well, after I learned how to let people in and everything, I finally learned that, like, I finally reclaimed my body. I joined a Rocky Horror cast, and that was the best time of my life. Like, I loved my entire cast, and, like, you're dancing on stage and nothing but, like, bras and underwear sometimes, and it was just like, I'm doing this because I want to. And I realized that doing that was something I really enjoyed. I enjoyed, performing on the stage with my friends. And every show that we did, it just felt like it did when we were rehearsing at someone's house or something. I learned that I learned how much I really do love music, and how much that also helped me through a lot of the trauma. Was I rediscovered all the music that I listened to when I was like 14, and listening to it again just brought back all those angsty feelings, and it was like, okay, yeah, no, I have to feel my feelings to be able to get through them. Like, if I put myself in that place to where I just work it out of my system with that music, it helps me. And I also rediscovered my love for video games after I had left. And I hopped back on Zelda and like recently modded my 3DS. And it's just little things like that. Like, I just relearned everything that I loved, and just relearned how to be a person rather than just scared of everything.
That's really cool. So, what's a song you recommend
Um,
to heal from trauma specifically? Or what helped you heal from trauma?
I usually go through the angry shit.
Hey, me too.
So, like, literally, I could sit there and just be pissed off, and all I'd be listening to is, like, Avenged Sevenfold, Little Piece of Heaven. Like, that is an angry fucking song. And it's like, I can sit there and scream it at the top of my lungs and start to feel better. Or, like, some as some cringy ass old Mike him, like, just music like that always helped me, especially Linkin Park. Fucking rest in peace, Chester. But like, all of that music helped me when I was younger, because it was like, okay, no, other people do feel these feelings. Everybody does feel this anger about not being understood. Everybody feels sad when they're not understood. And like, just I was very big into like learning about the band members and the things that they had been through and the hardships that they had gone through. So rediscovering my love for all that music also made me think more about that, and how some of their life experiences are similar to some of mine.
What is it about being understood that is so healing?
Um, I don't know. There's like this weird ache in my heart when I feel alone and misunderstood. So it's like that pang in my heart is like, I know that other people get that, and it can be very debilitating when it happens. Like, you just sit there and you're just kind of like, oh, well, fuck. I feel like I don't have anyone. And you want to reach out to people, but you're like, I don't want to bother them. They've got shit going on. They don't need to hear about this. And like, you start withdrawing into yourself, and then the depression grabs hold of you. So that being misunderstood really forces you into that a lot faster, and feeling as though you're never going to have anyone.
If you could speak to your younger self, knowing what you know now, what would you say?
Dump Carrie and fucking report this Camden.
How early is that you're telling them that? Like, as soon as you meet her?
Like, literally, as soon as she would have introduced me to him. You know what? No, I'd go back even further. You meet a bitch named Carrie. Don't trust her. Just run, girl. Just run. If she likes Mike, him, and is named Carrie, just run.
What about Carrie specifically? Is it just because she was the catalyst to everything?
That on top of the fact that she did threaten my little sister when my sister was 3, 4.
So tell us more about that.
That was just a whole fucking Wattpad thing. My ex had like a Wattpad thing, and someone had commented on it and was like, "Oh, can I still join the group?" And she was like, "No, it's a cult." And I don't know, someone got back to Camden with it, and he had one of the kids on there threatening to kill us. But when Carrie, like, wrote out her little message calling me crazy and shit, she fucking said, I'll be seeing you and my little sister's name very soon. And because of that, like, that night, that's when I finally broke down and told my family everything that had happened when I was in Georgia. And, like, that's what, like, really made me, like, pissed off. Because I was like, you're not gonna sit there and threaten my sister. You're not gonna threaten my family. You can threaten me, I don't care, but that's my family. And, like, that, you're threatening a child. A child! Like, I was appalled. And she likes to sit there and say that she wasn't threatening, but what else is that supposed to mean? Like, my family knew everything. My family knew I was contacting other survivors' families and trying to get them out. Like, I felt like that was my responsibility at the time. To just try. That's all I could do at that point. And, I mean, I did try and report it to the FBI, but then the FBI didn't do anything. So, we were at a loss for about 8 years.
So you told your family everything that happened to you in Georgia?
Yeah.
How'd they react?
I feel like a lot of them still don't fully understand, and that they haven't fully grasped it to fully retain it. It is a lot of information for them too, and I don't blame them. It's kind of hard to hear that something like that happened to your child or your grandchild, but I don't know. I've kind of kept them out of it for the most part. Like, I initially told them, and from time to time I'll, like, tell them other parts of it, but other than that, I just try to leave them out of it. I don't really want them thinking about it.
What is it that makes them not fully understand?
I think it just comes with age and not fully understanding manipulation tactics and everything, because they keep asking me, like, well, how did he supposedly lure you? Like, what happened? Like, why would you believe that? And it's like, I was a child. Like, I was mentally ill and I had no help. So, not having that just made me an easy target. And, you know, my family just can't 100% wrap their heads around that.
How do you feel about sharing your story publicly?
I was anxious at first, but I'm really glad that I'm doing it, because other people need to see this. Other people need to know warning signs. Other people need to understand that they can heal from trauma like this, and that they're not the only ones that go through it. I'm also doing this for the other survivors of of this cult. Like, I have been trying for so long to make sure that the ones that I'm in contact with, make sure that they're doing okay and that they all know how strong they were. And I love every single one of them. And if none of them can really do this, then I want it to be me. Because they deserve to, have at least someone out here saying something for them. Because otherwise they wouldn't really have a voice.
What motivated you to speak out?
Carrie threatening my little sister and wanting to help the other victims.
How has your experience influenced your current work or advocacy?
It has made me want to speak more against like childhood essay and just any type of cult in general, because at the end of the day, there's no good cult. Like, there's always going to be something going wrong, and it's heartbreaking to see how many people every year get lured into something like that.
You said speaking out against childhood essay. Do you know the statistics for childhood essay?
Not really, but I do know that about 1 out of 3 girls is essayed before they turn 18.
That's correct. What does that do to a species whenever 1/3 of the female population before they're 18 is sexually assaulted?
It just leads to more fear, and that fear ends up being taught to other generations by the ones who have experienced it. I mean, for good reasons. It's always good to be cautious, but at the end of the day, some people may get a little too intense with it and then shelter their child as a result.
What is one thing you want people to take away from hearing your story?
That they're strong too. That at the end of the day, if they've experienced anything like this or any other abuse in any shape, that they can get through it, that there are resources to find help, and that there are definitely people out there that love them.
Okay. What if they hear you say that and they're like, not me though. No one loves me. I'm not strong. What do you say to that?
Everybody feels helpless like that sometimes. And, it's hard to realize, but there's definitely places online where you can find, like, even Reddit, you could find other people who are experiencing the same thing and, get advice from others that may be suffering as well. And, there's the suicide helpline and stuff like that if you're really over that edge.
Do you recommend the suicide hotline?
Yeah, it helped me. Oh, that is my medicine
Spencer.
alarm.
Oh, do you need to take them?
No, I did not bring it with me, unfortunately.
Do we need to go get them?
No, it is completely fine. Let me make sure it's not going to come back on. Alarm. I'm gonna turn it off.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay,
Doesn't matter when I take it, just as long as I take it.
gotcha. Are there parts of your story that you feel are often misunderstood or overlooked?
I mean, maybe not misunderstood by others, but something like a common misconception that I get was that it is my fault that others got hurt because I pulled them into it. And I mean, in a sense, that's true, but again, I was a child and I was kind of forced into it, or else I'd be kicked out. And that was a scary thought, especially when a lot of us had fear of abandonment.
What advice would you give to someone who suspects they or a loved one might be involved in a cult like yours?
Well, if your family is in a cult and you are there by proxy, I would suggest trying to find somewhere safe that you can go to. Try and get yourself out. If someone that you love or you are possibly considering that you might actually be in a cult, reach out to those you love, reach out to those that you trust, and if it's already gotten to the point where you've pushed everyone you love away, it doesn't matter. Still reach out to them and ask them for help and explain your situation. And if you are able to report it, I mean, doesn't matter if anything doesn't get done, but the cases still need to be out there at the end of the day.
So you said reach out even if you've pushed people away. Is pushing people away a symptom of shit like this?
Yeah, I was like, when Camden kinda told me that the Leviathans were coming to kill me and he made me put myself in foster care, he basically convinced me somehow that my family was going to physically abuse me if I came back to Texas, which wasn't true. So it was just, he they'll do shit like that and make you like fear your own blood. And they'll be like, "Oh, well, you shouldn't talk to this person because they did this and you know that actually hurt you." And like they'll find certain ways to turn you against that person until you have nothing to do with them anymore. They will very much so try to isolate you.
Absolutely. So you said go somewhere safe if you find yourself in a cult. What does somewhere safe look like?
Anywhere where you are free to speak your mind. If you feel afraid to say something, you may not be in a safe place. There's always going to be certain shelters that can help you if you need that. Like I said, like mental health services if you need it. There's even some shelters that will help you look for mental health services and everything. And if you don't have your birth certificate or your social or anything, try and find that if you are someone who is living with a family and you are within a cult. Like, hunt your shit down and try and get out of there, because that will also be very important later on that you have that stuff.
Who do we reach out to whenever, if we're in a cult? Who do we reach out to?
There's definitely helplines, and some shelters will take people in like right then and there. So like contacting them like before you figure out where you're going, like actively trying to search that before you even leave. Try to figure out an escape plan pretty much.
So let's say someone's watching this in China and they're in a cult and they want to run away, but they don't have the same resources as we do. Like if I call these helplines, they probably won't even have one. What do they search for? Let's say they have Google. What is the thing they search for?
Well, there's always forums, online forums. I mean, I know social media and stuff like that is very limited in China, unfortunately, but trying to find those little niche areas on the internet could be very beneficial in the end.
So look for people who have been in a similar situation or in a similar situation.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Very good. How can others recognize the signs of a cult or manipulative group?
If you are questioning your own beliefs and are questioning everything that you're doing, you might be in a cult. If you feel as though someone is out to get you and that's because somebody told you that there was, you might be in a cult. They do the smallest things to just twist your mind up. So it's very, very hard to realize when you have been manipulated. But a lot of gaslighting happens when you're with someone like that, whether it's in a cult or you're just in a domestic violence situation. But if you feel like someone's love bombing you and then all of a sudden they're being cold towards you or they're hurting you mentally or physically, like that's definitely not a safe person. And that only once, that just one time will never be the last time. Once someone's put their hands on you or once they've degraded you to where you just feel like you're nothing, that's not a safe person.
Okay. So you mentioned, the first thing you said was, if you are questioning your beliefs, you might be in a cult. How do you get to the point of questioning your beliefs? Like how do you identify, I don't know, how's it even begin?
When it comes to older people that might be lured into a cult, like during adulthood, it's always going to be very subtle. When it comes to minors, or even just sometimes people that are, a little mentally disabled, like, it just gets so easy because you already don't know much about the world. And it's just so easy to drill your way into a kid's brain. But with adults, it's always going to be very subtle. Like, one day, like, you'll be sitting there with the abuser and they're acting all fine and everything, but then all of a sudden, hey, you didn't do this right, and this is wrong, and that's wrong, and just berating you, degrading you, like, and then all of a sudden it's, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean all that. And then, they'll be good for a little while, promise that they won't do it again, and then, bam, they do it again about a couple weeks later. And then, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. And it's just a cycle. And after about the third time, you're already hooked in. It's going to be a lot harder to get out after that.
What hooks you in?
You start to believe everything that the abuser tells you. You start believing, that you're worthless, that you're weak, that you can't live life without them, that you'll never survive without them in your life.
Do you believe the opposite of them? Like they're strong, they're smart, or
I don't know, usually, yeah, you feel like, well, they know better. They're smarter than me. They have more experience than me. I'm dumb when it comes to this. It's fine. They know what they're talking about.
So you take their lead.
Yes.
Gotcha. In your opinion, what changes need to happen in society to prevent industries like human trafficking from harming children?
I really don't know what steps could be taken at this point. The government obviously doesn't care, but I don't know, working together as communities, educating children on warning signs and, letting them know that there are people out there that want to hurt you and that it doesn't matter how old you are, you could always be victimized at some point. And I mean, it's scary, but children deserve to know that there is danger out there. You shouldn't be walking through the world blindly thinking that everything is just sunshine and rainbows. Because the sad reality is the world is a terrifying place at the end of the day. And in those deep dark corners, that's where those monsters lurk.
So you said about educating children on the dangers. How do we educate children on the dangers when platforms like YouTube are taking down content or demonetizing or age restricting content that is trying to get the word out, but because, what you went through is graphic, so we can't show children that.
Yeah.
How do we navigate that?
Well, I think YouTube needs to start realizing that it's better for children to learn. Like I said, you can't go through this world blind. That's dangerous in and of itself.
Absolutely.
And if parents don't know how to word this stuff to their kids, how are they supposed to teach their kids? Like, when I was younger and contemplating suicide, somebody showed me the Amanda Todd video and made me think about everything. And it's just small things like that. It could really, really impact this child's future and their future safety. And the fact that YouTube keeps trying to silence people that are talking about it and saying, oh no, well, kids can't watch this. Let the parents decide. Like, YouTube, you're not raising everybody's kids. Like, at the end of the day, parents need to be responsible for what media their children are consuming. And a lot of parents just let YouTube raise their kids anyways. You throw them the phone, hey, it's whatever. Be in the store, oh, hey, here's YouTube. Like, it's just, YouTube could be so much more educational, but they have completely lost that. Like, it just feels like they just want the mindless scrolling thing. Like, after they added the reels, I'm like, that's literally just for people to go brain dead and just keep scrolling and keep scrolling. Yeah, YouTube's kind of gone downhill a little bit. I mean, I love you, YouTube, but you gotta protect the kids. You gotta teach them.
What would you say if they were to say, we are protecting the kids, we don't want them to see this kind of content because it's gonna, I don't know, traumatize them, or would it be better off for them to not know?
No.
You think it is better if they do know?
Yes.
What you went through.
Yes.
And what is possible for them to go through.
Yeah.
How do we show them that doesn't, in a way that doesn't harm them?
all we can do is, try and help parents realize that this is real stuff. And, you don't have to straight up say, oh, hey, you're going to be SA'd if this happens. Like, you tell your children, okay, well, this is the kind of person that you wouldn't want to be around. Or, that whole, oh, hey, I know your parents, your mom wanted me to come pick you up. Have a safe word with your kid for that. Like, literally come up with a safe word, like a passcode. And if that happens and someone walks up to your kid, oh, hey, I know your mom, I need to pick you up. Okay, well, what's the passcode? And if they don't know that passcode, then, that child knows, well, no, you're sus now. And it's little things like that. There are ways to describe these things to children in a way that keeps them safe. Like, even to my own siblings, I've had to explain to them that I got lured into a group and I was hurt by the person that led this and that he manipulated me. I can't go into detail with them, and I don't want them to know about that yet. But like I said, the parents need to be responsible for deciding what their children consume, especially because there's also dangerous content online.
Absolutely. How does a parent compete with billion-dollar tech companies that are so engineered to take our attention, that even people are having trouble with child locks, because children are breaking through them because they want to get content? How do parents compete?
It's honestly really hard, but a lot of times that happens because they aren't having those discussions with their children. I was grounded from internet for like 2 years at one point when I was like 13 and 14. And maybe I wouldn't have fallen into like bad internet habits had they actually educated me. But they didn't know how to do that because technology was growing so fast already.
It still is.
Yeah.
So
So it's just educating your children and making it be known that, hey, like, there's gonna be some good content and bad content out there. If there's something that you think may seem a little bit off, let me know. And we will discuss, like, whether you should be watching things like that or not. Like, just having an open dialogue with your child is very important. And a lot of parents still don't do that yet because they don't understand that your child is a whole ass person. Like, they're not just a little duck that's going to follow in your footsteps. Like, they are a human being and they are growing and they are learning, and you can't shelter them forever.
So you put more responsibility on parents than companies,
Very much so.
because it is their kid. I don't think all parents know what is even possible on the internet.
Yeah, a lot of them still don't.
How do we educate parents to be?
Well, have them watch more stuff like this. Have them listen to other people's experiences. Like, it is scary to hear about that stuff, but at the end of the day, it does change how you look at things and how you act in your day-to-day life.
So you think parents should watch this?
Yeah.
Do you think children should watch this?
If they can mentally handle it and the parents think so, then yes.
I agree. Okay. So, a while ago you mentioned the government doesn't care. Why do you say that?
Because there's my case and so many other cases that have been reported, and nothing ever happens to it. And meanwhile, you're over here getting investigated because you tried to expose a predator.
Correct.
Like, how does that make sense? They want to investigate somebody that's trying to help people like me, but yet the actual abuser, they won't go after him, even though we had plenty of evidence, his full legal name, his address, his mother's address, her name, the phone number, everything, screenshots, videos, like pictures of me even there in person, proving that I was there. And nothing. Absolutely nothing. Radio silence. And that is so frustrating, especially once you've, bared your soul to someone that promised to help. Like, that is beyond frustrating. And, after you told me that you were being investigated, that just blows my mind. I really don't get it.
Did you, when you handed in evidence, was there anything like illegal? For example, CP.
No.
So, do you think they might not be helping because of that? Because, okay, you have these text messages and you have these pictures, but these don't prove that he did the things you're saying he did. Is that...
I mean, it could be a small possibility, but at the end of the day, he still lured me over state lines, which was still a felony. Like, at the very end of the day, even if they weren't looking at all the other evidence that we had, he still lured me over state lines.
And nothing happened.
Nothing happened. And they straight up told me that it was a felony while we were writing my report. Nothing.
How do you know nothing happened?
Well, a few months ago, I was scrolling around on Facebook, and he's going by Sincade Dominic now on Facebook. And I mean, I don't know how long it's been since he's been on that account, but that still tells me that no, he's still always going to be doing this.
So that's something that happened with Wayne. Did you see the Wayne video?
Yes.
Same thing. I saw he was still active on IMVU. And I don't know how, because he was arrested. But they just let him go. And he's still doing the same things. I still don't know if he's even been arrested yet. But yeah, from my experience as well, government doesn't really do anything. I mean, why?
There's no telling. Like, they get so much evidence. Like, you collected so much evidence against this man.
I had him, like, on camera.
Literally. But it's not enough? Like, how many children need to be traumatized, sexually harassed, sexually assaulted? Like, how many children does that need to happen to for the government to actually start taking action against the people that commit these crimes? Like, even local police departments do nothing. They sure as hell didn't do anything when Kayla was raped by Camden. Like, absolutely nothing. And it's so heartbreaking actually realizing that. Like, when I finally fully realized that legally, nothing is probably ever going to happen. And that sucks. Because that means that, in a way, he kind of sort of wins. But hopefully with this, he doesn't. His name's out there. So, if law enforcement's not doing anything for other people that might be going through this, be vocal. If you are in a safe place, be as vocal as you possibly can be. Tell as many people as you can that will listen to your story and try and educate people on what you went through, how you were lured in, how you were manipulated.
Absolutely. Is the fact that nothing happened a failure of law enforcement or failure of law?
Failure of law enforcement.
So you think the law has protections for you, but law enforcement is too lazy to bring justice?
Well, some laws are a little too lax, but a lot of times, even when law enforcement does have, all the evidence that they need that, they could use to prosecute, they just don't want to deal with it.
Is it laziness?
I think it's I think it's the ambiguity of the laws as well. Because, oh, well, is it really even worth actually investigating this? Because if this goes to court with only this, then will it really happen? And it's like, at least fucking try. Like, if we can't change the laws right now, then law enforcement needs to be more proactive about actually trying to enforce what current laws there are.
Was there a detective assigned to your case?
Uh, I didn't meet like a full-on detective. There was a detective when I ran away that was looking for me, but aside from that, like I just made my report to trafficking 911. They turned it into the FBI, told me that they'd get back to me. Nothing. Like, I never even got a call from a detective about my case. Like, that just goes to show me that they're really not doing anything. Because if they were, wouldn't they at least question the one person that reported it?
No, they didn't.
Mm-mm.
Which county was that?
Huh?
Where did you report it?
In Collin.
So it was a failure of Collin County Police, is what you would say.
I don't think it was the police, because like I said, I went through trafficking 911 and they handed it off to the FBI.
And the FBI never responded.
Mm-mm.
That's interesting. I literally got a card on my front fence from the FBI. They didn't even bother contacting you.
No.
Interesting.
That blows my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
They were willing to come to my house and leave a card on my front fence. That shows how much more they care about my case than yours.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. We only have like 4 more.
Okay.
Sorry, like 6 more.
We have like 45 minutes.
Oh, you want to restart? We can just keep going. Are you okay to keep going?
Yeah.
What actions can everyday people take to support survivors or contribute to the fight against cults and human trafficking?
Well, for one, be kind. Like, you never know who you're walking past on the street. You never know what kind of day they've had, what past they've had, and so just be kind. What was the other question? The second part?
Just what actions can everyday people take to support survivors or contribute to the fight against cults and human trafficking?
Just educating themselves on trauma and the effects that trauma can have on people. Try and look out for those that are around them. Like, if you see someone you think may be struggling a little bit, just shoot them a message. Be like, hey, I hope you're doing all right, There's some every now and again I'll go through my Instagram and message random people and be like, "Hey, I know we don't know each other, but I hope you know that you're loved, and I hope you have a great rest of your day." And it's just small things like that can really turn someone's day around. Because there's some people that haven't even heard someone say, "I love you" to them today. And, you start feeling alone and anxious, and just then you isolate and fall into yourself, and that's, yeah. So just being weary about what some people may have experienced.
So be kind and be wary of what other people have experienced,
Yeah.
specifically traumatic events. Why is that so important for all of us to know?
Because a lot of people don't really think about it. Like, when I start, sinking into myself when I'm in public situations and people are like, "Oh, hey, no, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that?" Like, it gets really frustrating because you're like, "Well, I don't want to let everyone down. I want to be able to go out and do this thing." But the other people around you don't fully understand why you feel the way you do, why you may be more apprehensive about doing certain things.
So yeah, you've been through hell and back.
Yeah.
Is there any more you want to say on that? If you had the power to change one law or policy related to this issue, what would it be and why?
Ooh.
Power's in your hands.
I'd want there to be a law where if anybody comes in with any report like that, that the report is made public knowledge. Like, even if it's a minor, like, censoring their names and everything, but like putting all those names out there of people who have done things to harm others. Like, I feel like just doing that, because the sex offender registry really doesn't do much. Like, I looked at it a few months ago and realized that there's freaking a pedophile that lives like a mile and a half away from the high school near me. Like, literally, like 5 minutes from my house. Then there's another one that lives another 5 minutes down Stone. Like, it just, and honestly, people don't really look into those much either. And it's like, I really do feel like education would really help with that. Like, oh my God, people really don't pay attention to those registries. And there shouldn't be predators living that close to a school. It doesn't matter if it's a high school, that's still school.
Absolutely. So, the policy would change is if someone reports a criminal, it should be public knowledge.
Yes.
Okay. What about people who falsify reports?
People that falsify reports, you gotta get the evidence to prove otherwise. Like, that's the thing, is it's never investigated. Like, it needs to be somewhat investigated, and, if it's ambiguous as to whether it did or didn't happen, hey, so-and-so possibly did this. That there's specific ways that they can word it to make it to where it's not like a witch hunt against somebody who may not have actually done it.
Okay. So that is the law you would change, and there would be specific circumstances that are certain things need to be met.
Yes.
Requirements. Okay. How do you feel about the way child abuse is represented in media and popular culture?
I feel like certain shows and certain movies have done it in a proper way that actually does describe like the fear and the terror of it. Like, I brought up Law and Order SVU, and that is going to be like my biggest, best example of how everything is portrayed on that show. Because Mariska Hargitay herself is like an actual advocate for that. Like, she even had started an organization that like encouraged them to start running all these DNA tests that haven't even been touched yet in over a decade. And like her, even Ice-T himself has been an advocate. And especially when they talk about male victims. Like, oh my gosh, like everything is portrayed on that show and portrayed very well. And like I said, that's what helped me through it, because I was learning so much more about, okay, well, this is what I went through, and other people have been through this, and other people have been through this. And at the end of the day, it's all still trauma.
So there are ways to do it right.
Yes.
Can you suggest any books, movies, or other resources that you feel accurately represent your experience? I know you already mentioned SVU.
Not any movies I can really think of. I mean, there's one that did kind of help me through my trauma, but I would not suggest this for people that are more prone to violent tendencies. But it's I Spit on Your Grave. And that one, when I watched it, it was like I kind of got to live through, you know, what the protagonist was kind of going through. I kind of got to like see kind of what that would look like in someone else's eyes, and then that was like, okay, cool, I feel better now. Because like it makes you process the anger that you're going through when you see how she's sexually abused, and then you see how she goes off and she kills everyone that had raped her. And it was just one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't do that, but god damn, it feels good watching someone actually get their revenge. Like, and at that point, that's just media in and of itself. Like, it's just something that was made to make you feel those feelings.
As a filmmaker, how can I portray the reality of experiences like yours with integrity and respect?
Well, just letting this be as raw as possible.
Raw as possible, what does that mean?
Like, even if we have to like censor certain words in it, like leaving certain parts in that even some people might be a little uncomfortable hearing. Like,
That should be left in.
yeah.
So you are in the... From what I've experienced, I have two types of audience members. The people who want me, like you say, to be raw as possible. And then there's people who want me to tone it down. You are in the raw as possible camp.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if you take out certain parts, it takes away certain emotions that the viewers could feel while hearing the story. And leaving it as raw as possible leaves more for the audience to kind of latch on to and listen to and really learn to understand.
Okay. Do you understand why people would not want that and would rather have a toned down version?
Kind of, but I don't know, it's always kind of confused me. Like, if you're watching something about something real, why do you want it toned down when you should probably learn every detail about it?
Definitely. Is there something to say about toning it down that is beneficial beneficial?
Not really that I can think of aside from viewer comfort.
But raw as possible in terms of an educational standpoint, an emotional standpoint, you feel holds more weight.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Help me win an argument. Is there anything else you would add to being as raw as possible for me to portray your experiences?
I don't know. I'm just hoping that it being raw will help people. Like, I don't want people to walk away having nightmares or anything, but at the end of the day, I still think that there's people that need to hear this.
Can nightmares be beneficial?
For me, sometimes they were. I wouldn't say for everybody, but sometimes I'd wake up from a nightmare and be like, fuck, I'm alive. Like, the realization of, okay, I'm still in my body. Like, I'm still tangible. And it also coming out of the nightmare, it's the, oh, thank God, that was just in my head.
Is there anything else you'd like to share about your experience or messages you'd like to convey to our listeners?
Just always be wary and always try and keep yourself safe and keep your loved ones safe. Always pay attention to things that may seem a little bit, questionable. If you think that someone could be in danger, try to talk to them as gently as possible. And I don't mean just pry about it because that could easily push them away. But
How do you not pry?
just, hey, have you been doing okay? Just asking them, assessing their feelings and everything, and then slowly working your way into asking them, slightly harder hitting questions. It's something that you have to wean that person onto, and if they're in a position where they could be living with someone that is abusive towards them, just making sure that trying not to be someone that the abuser pushes away. It sounds stupid, but sometimes if you have to be agreeable, just be agreeable. Yeah, just fight through it, because at the end of the day, you could end up being the person that saves that person's life.
So being slow, don't pry, but still caring.
Yeah, let them know that you are there.
Okay. How do you respond if, say, someone's pushing you away and you're trying to help them through whatever it is, but they are pushing you away? What do you do?
It's really hard in that situation.
Do you get pushed away?
You say, hey, I apologize. If you need a couple days, please take a couple days. Try and make it sound like, hey, I didn't mean that. That's my bad, And, it kind of kiss ass at that point, because the person pushing you away doesn't realize that you are there to help them. And that's not their fault.
So what breaks the facade of, okay, you're not trying to hurt me, you're trying to help me? What does the helping person do that tells the abused one, hey, I'm here to help?
Just try to be someone that they know that they can talk to.
So just the knowledge that you can talk to them is enough.
Yes.
You don't have to keep messaging them. You don't have to keep bothering it. Just let them know you're there.
Yeah, like don't overdo it. If it's been a while since you've spoken to them, just shoot them that little text that says, "Hey, been thinking about you. I hope you're doing okay." Something like that. Let them know that even if they haven't reached out, that you're still there.
Okay. Is there a point where you should stop? Like, let's say they don't want to talk to you about it. But then do you just stop?
I probably personally wouldn't stop. With some people, it may be a little bit better, but I would always try to go the route of, "Hey, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry," being apologetic in a sense where the person feels comfortable maybe reaching out in the future. Like, it could take a lot of time, but
So you want to let them know you're there,
yes.
and you want to let them know if they need to reach out to you, they can.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't want to push them away.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us about any specific instances that particularly stand out in your mind from your time in the situation that we haven't already covered?
Not really that I can think of. I think we've covered majority of it.
Yes. Got a lot. That was my last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to Camden?
Fuck you, I survived.
Love it.
Yeah, we're rolling on.
Okay.
Alright, just set mic test real quick.
Check.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right, from Survivor A. I was 13 when Camden Gerard Davis lured me into his online cult. He strung me in with many other girls, most of whom were pre-teenage children, having no belief in the spiritual or religion. I was curious to see online group discussions regarding the supernatural on sites like Whisper. I made a post asking for someone to explain things to me, and a response from a recruiter came. That was all it took for me to become trapped in a nightmare which cost me my identity, autonomy, and safety. Once invited to a group chat on Kik, I became immersed in conversations that led to learning about this group that confidently believed in the supernatural. They confidently proclaimed themselves to be a found family of vampires, werewolves, and other magical beings, all called upon by God. Camden presented himself as the head of this family and seemed to have an answer for every question about the supernatural I could ask. He taught us all about his supposed connection with God, that he could speak directly to him and knew the truths of the world. At first I thought the situation was funny, but quickly fell in love with the rich world Camden had woven for us, and the new family I was forming. We were told that there were demons and religious fanatics that would come after us, but were promised knowledge and, most importantly, a family and divine connections. I was told that through the emotional bonds I was forming with the people there, I too was becoming a vampire. This thrilled me. When I felt dissatisfied with my life, I escaped to my phone to be a part of this little family that happened to have a divine purpose assigned by God to protect and serve humanity. Camden did not usually do the work of recruiting people on his own, but instead used the children he had tricked into following him to bring other children in. When an argument broke out between Spencer and I was kicked out. People being removed occurred regularly over varying matters, and sometimes people would be added back, but this time was different. I believed I would be gone for good. Getting kicked out meant losing your connections to God and thus your magic, and you would become like a ghost to the family. To think I had gotten so lucky to find all these people and then lose it all in an instant hurt like hell. I only had one person I could go to, an account I had been introduced to previously as Camden's deceased sister, which he had claimed was run by her spirit. There, I was instructed to connect with another account, a woman claiming to be a witch named Giamara. I later pieced together this was more than likely Camden under a false identity. In our conversation, she claimed she could make me a vampire again, and I would be welcomed back into the family with more people. I would bring in. She told me, uh, can't say that name. She told me one of the girls was furious with me in addition to Spencer and was even trying to kill me to prevent me from coming back because there could only be one leader over the vampires, which I would become if I were to return. I could hardly believe it. She said she was willing to use her magic to help me, but doing magic like that could be dangerous on my body, and she needed to evaluate it to make sure I could handle the transformation. I was 14 at this time. From then on, using this account, Camden Gerard Davis sexually abused me repeatedly for several months. As part of this evaluation, she instructed me to send multiple pictures and videos of myself nude. At first, I said no. When she insisted this was the only way, I asked if I could keep my underwear on. She said no. I said I was insecure about my body, and she said, "Do you want me to compliment you or something?" She promised me that no one else would see it and that she saw that kind of thing every day. It was this or lose everything. So I did it. I thought after a few it would be enough, but she wanted to see between my legs. Each time I thought it would be the last time, but she always needed more. Giomara stressed again that I needed protection from the other girl, and in order to be spiritually protected from her, I needed to go to Georgia to have sex with Camden. That was out of the question for me. I had no driver's license or knowledge of how to get there. She tried convincing me to steal my parents' cars and to just use a map. I was terrified of getting pregnant. She said I'd need to take birth control pills and undergo a ritual, which she had me perform then. I was to use my menstrual blood to write symbols on my body and then cut myself and drink the blood from the wound. I obeyed. She said she also needed money. She asked for about $500 for the spell's equipment. I mailed $200 to the address she gave me. She still wanted me to have sex with Camden. I told her once I turned 18 I could comply with anything, but it was impossible as of then. She told me she had another idea and told me to get a toothbrush. She instructed me to make a movie of myself putting it inside and to pretend it was Camden, claiming I needed to prepare myself for him. I was frightened doing this because it hurt. I felt gross every time, but this was my only connection back, and after all the other things I had already done, how could I throw it all away now? I didn't want to disappoint the only person willing to help me. I did this as many times as she requested until it became too much for me and I asked if I could stop. Instead, she had me record myself masturbating for her in other ways, and this went on for 6 months. Giamara told me to reach out to the other girl and apologize and that we could make amends and I would be let back in. I did this, and during this conversation with her, she told me what happened to her after I left. She had revealed that Camden, under no false identity, made her perform similar sexual favors for him over video. He claimed she needed to do so because I was trying to kill her. Spencer told me to stop talking with Giamara. When I tried confronting Camden about this and tried to clear the air that I made no threats to him, he screamed at me. Oh, we need to blur her name out. He screamed at me, calling me names, and claimed everything was my fault. He said he knew everything that happened because he had someone spying on me. Camden insisted that I did threaten her, and berated and manipulated me into confessing, saying I most likely did it in a fit of anger and no longer remembered. He said if I just admitted it, everything would go back to normal, but he couldn't deal with liars. Camden claimed to have a special ability to hear people's heartbeats and know if they were lying, and he would use this to say I was a liar. Stressed and terrified that perhaps I was dealing with something too large, I told him I wanted to leave at this point, and he said I wouldn't do that if I were you. He didn't explain why, but it was enough to scare me straight, so I went back. Things went back to normal until an unknown account called Hush Hush directly messaged Spencer some photos and videos of me, the ones I had sent to Giamara. Hush Hush threatened to put it all on porn sites and social media unless they were allowed to speak with me. When Spencer reported this to me, I was mortified. I tried leaving the group again, this time by leaving the family group chat without a word. I felt so broken and lost, I wanted to run far away, to die. Anything to make it all go away. I was scared that if I talked to this person, they might make me put on more shows for them. If I didn't, my body and the things I was tricked into doing would be for everyone to see. I considered telling my parents, but I was too ashamed. How could I explain all of this to them? How could I face them? Spencer told Hush Hush she would call the police if they didn't leave me alone. I didn't want to tell the police because I feared the situation involved supernatural forces beyond their power, and they would also get my parents involved. Then Camden called me. He said that if I came back, I would be protected by angels and all of this would disappear. He said my time was running out. I complied and went back. He later claimed to have found the source, explaining that someone hacked Giamara's phone. He said he found them and destroyed their phones. It's like it never happened, he told me. Everything changed when Spencer told us Camden had raped Kayla when she visited him. I wasn't sure what to believe anymore. Up until this point, Camden had framed himself as my protector, my older brother. He saved me from people taking advantage of me and prevented the videos from getting out. But I couldn't ignore this. Once word got out that we were planning on leaving again, Camden called me, offering clarity. He told me Spencer was sabotaging things for me again, as she had a strained relationship with him. He told me about how much he cared about me, that Spencer was a bad influence for me, since we had gotten kicked out together many times because of quarrels. He said that he couldn't wait for the day when all of the lies would be gone, when we would meet in person, and he could already see me at the airport giving him a hug. I bought into this. The other girl and Spencer left. I stayed behind. Camden continued showering me with more affection than before. He told me I was his favorite, but not to tell anyone that. He said he was proud of me. He said I was destined to do great things and that I was an amazing leader. Over and over, he told me he loved me. It was intoxicating. Whenever I felt depressed or paranoid because of what happened with Giamara, he comforted me. He reassured me it was all over, but he took care of it. But it could never be that way for me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. My mental health declined since I had nothing but the aftermath of being exploited and none of my friends. What once felt like my safe place felt like a prison. By pure chance, I ran into an article about cults, and it led me down a rabbit hole of research. I knew what I needed to do then. I told Camden I had to leave because of all the mental stress I was under. I told him I needed help because of what happened to me. He warned that my parents would take my phone away. Nevertheless, he wished me goodbye. That was the last time I spoke to him. Fast forward to some years later, and I went to therapy where I shared my experience. I came to accept it was Camden who solicited me. I was diagnosed with PTSD and I battle with it to this day. It took a while for me to unlearn what he'd taught me and to find my own beliefs about the world. But there's not a day where I don't think about it. Being led into that kind of delusion and being used as a result, it made me feel like I lost a piece of me. Every time I look at my body, it is a reminder of what was used for his gratification. My relationships with my parents and friends have been hurt because I don't always feel like I can talk about what happened. It's lonely. I trusted the wrong person and it cost me something I can never get back. For those listening who have experienced something similar, know you are not alone and your trauma is valid. It gets better with time. If you're a child using the internet, remember you can never be too careful. I hope my story and this podcast can serve as a reminder about the importance of internet safety and teaching kids to protect themselves. Okay, so that was Survivor 1.
So Giomara was Camden.
Yes.
Okay.
That was the name he was using when he was soliciting those pictures from her.
Okay. And he was pretending to be a woman?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that was to build trust with her?
Yes, he used that to kind of lure her back in, like, she said with the whole, she told me that I could be a vampire and I'd take over if I actually listened, and I didn't want to lose all this, so he knew when he kicked people out that they still wanted to be there. Like, if we didn't leave on our own terms, it was just like, I just got kicked out of my own family. So.
What was the stuff about the blood ritual and marking herself?
Yes, so he did do some of that to other people, like have them cut themselves, make sigils on their bodies. There was one point where he had me cutting my tongue to get blood and everything to make sigils in my room and to put blood on myself and all this other stuff. It was wild.
What did it all mean? Blood rituals, sigils.
It was just what he said would protect us. That, oh, if anybody's after you, you do all these sigils, this will protect you. Like, I don't know. The reason he did it for me may have been different from the reason he did it for someone else. Maybe it could have even just been to see how far somebody believed him. Wanted to see if they would actually go that far for him.
Okay. We can go to the next person, but let me make sure we're still rolling.
When we first started, did I call her victim A or victim 1?
Whatever you want. Whatever you want to do.
Okay, so then I'll go with B for the second one.
We have 14 minutes left on this card.
Okay.
Is this one shorter?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot shorter.
Okay, yeah, you can just run through it.
All right. Survivor B. My mind is very foggy, but I remember some things. I was recruited by a former member, male, via Kick Messenger. I watched a YouTube video about werewolf packs, and in the comments he commented his Kick and said they take in members. He was very kind, referred to himself as Cade's son. But for some reason he had left or got kicked out, and I then became in direct contact with Cade. He and Kat seemed very lovely, and I got put into a group, got moved around quite a bit to different groups as the different creatures appeared, vampire, witch, werewolf, etc. He had promised I could be turned into such a creature and that they would take me away from my bad family to join their family where he's the alpha/father. It seemed like a perfect life. I was promised, and at 13 years old, you have a fantasy world you live in to get away from reality. I only started getting comfortable when I kept getting sent to a witch, female, who asked me to undress for a ritual to be turned or inspected to lure out an inner wolf. Further than that, he'd find out about my life, ask questions, have sympathy, act like a father figure, had me call him dad as well. Kat was very quiet most of the time. I was also asked to draw blood for one of the rituals, and photos and video call, I believe, and the plan was for me to go to them in Georgia. I believe he went to a university there, but can't remember for what. I saw a room that looked like a basement that he said he could be made into rooms. A few of us planned to run away to join them, to live with them. I can't remember much else. Sorry, it's not useful. I don't remember the witch girl's name either, and the girl's name is Jess. It's the same Australian girl that he had sending him thousands upon thousands of dollars. But I know within the group, some of us were sort of made sisters and cousins and things like that. She contacted me once after all this was over for me and asked me not to tell Cade she contacted me. But to my memory, I don't remember what she told me. I believe at this point I had just wanted out. I was very young and didn't even know what I was doing or getting myself into. I wanted so much to be part of a family and be anything else other than me. I never stopped to think what all this meant or what he could really be doing. Okay, so that's the end of hers.
So she was recruited by someone leaving their Kick on a YouTube comment.
Yes.
Okay. I remember a commentary channel was criticizing me and making fun of me, saying he has a higher likely chance of winning the lottery and getting struck by lightning than someone being groomed on YouTube. As if to say, like, I'm making all this shit up. clearly it does happen, correct?
People are groomed daily on YouTube. Oh my god, how can someone not believe that?
They don't want me to be right.
Whack. Okay, let me find Kayla's testimony.
We're good? Alright. Let me check the...
Yeah, you may want to go ahead and change that over.
It's like 10 more minutes.
11 minutes. Do we have time for that?
I do not think so.
You don't think so?
I think just to be safe, we should change it.
Got it. We're rolling.
Yeah, can we do another quick mic check?
Check.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Go well.
All right.
Alright, let's do it.
So, Survivor C. I had just graduated high school, and during that time, I was a very lost soul due to severe depression. I also had just been diagnosed with a learning disability, which in turn made my mind extremely innocent. Even though I was 18, my mind was stuck at being 13. It was also caused by a very traumatic in my life when I was 12. I found this website called Experience Project where people from all over the world could connect through shared experiences. At that time, I was really into supernatural world and decided to look up experiences about it. I came across someone's post about them recruiting members to be turned into vampires and werewolves, which intrigued me. I wasn't sure if it was possible, and I was skeptical, but I was so lost back then that I thought that this might be my chance at finding my purpose in life. I commented on the post. I can't remember what it was, but the author of the post ended up sending me a private message and told me to add her on Kick. And that was Jess. She added me to this group chat filled with teens who wanted to become supernatural. She told us that her brother was the king of all werewolves and vampires and that he could turn us into them. But we had to take this weird quiz that they made to see if we were eligible. I took the quiz and somehow passed it, and through there she introduced me to Camden. I immediately asked him for proof because I had a hard time believing what he was claiming. He laughed it off and said, okay, I'll send you proof. He sent me a video of his eyes and teeth shifting into a werewolf. I somehow believed it, and seeing it actually scared me a little. He ended up liking me and added me into another group chat where I met Spencer. Her and I became extremely close, practically besties. Later on, for some reason, my cousin had gotten involved and Camden got mad at her because she was trying to tell me that what he was doing was wrong, that it was a cult, and I was in danger. She went to my dad and told him what was going on, and he ended up taking my phone away, and I remember just being completely broken. I felt like my whole world and purpose was completely thrashed. I felt suicidal, depressed, anxious. One day my dad gave me the phone back, and I got back into contact with Camden, and ended up getting sucked back in. Every night he'd called me and talked to me on the phone, telling me I was his favorite, that he loved me, that I was meant to be a leader, that God was proud of me. I remember one night being on the phone with him, I started to cry because I was feeling insecure about my body. He told me to take all my clothes off, to stand in front of the mirror, and told me to tell myself that I loved myself and I was beautiful. I think he did this to gain my trust because I remember I ended up developing feelings for him. Flash forward, he would still call me practically every night and told me that I needed to move out to Georgia because he needed to have sex with me in order to bring my dead best friend back to life, and that her soul would enter our child's body. But before I could do that, he said he needed to see my lady parts to see if I was ready to have sex with him and to get pregnant. Everything made me extremely uncomfortable, and I kept asking him to stop and that I didn't want to, and then he would threaten me that if I didn't do it, God would send my friend's soul to hell because she was meant to be reincarnated. So I would do it. He made me use a pin to penetrate myself and told me to change it to the camera. I didn't want to, but he kept coercing me. This happened on multiple occasions. Anytime I told him I can't move to Georgia, he'd always yell at me and threaten to kick me out, threaten my friend's soul, that God and the angels would hate me. It got to the point where I felt so torn that I didn't want to live anymore. Anytime I'd try to leave the group, he always pulled me back. I left so many damn times, but he kept pulling me back. This one time he told me that Spencer and I were soulmates and literally forced us to be in a relationship. He made us buy rings for each other so we could get married in Georgia. It was just chaotic as fuck. Once I realized I was in a cult, I went to Spencer and we teamed up to try and get as many people as we could out of our groups. There were kids as young as 10 years old in there. One of the members ended up telling Camden we were going against him and he called me. I kept declining his calls, so he spammed my phone with texts and calls. When I finally picked up, his voice sounded so demonic with rage. He kicked me out of the group and threatened me and my family. I remember his words. If you ever step foot into Georgia, I will slaughter you, your mom, your dad, and your entire family. I hung up and cried my eyes out because of how afraid I was of him. I told Spencer what happened, and that's when we decided to come together and figure out a plan to... And it doesn't want to load. Of course it does this at this point. I told Spencer what happened, and that's when we decided to come together and figure out a plan to get this man arrested. Unfortunately, what we gave wasn't enough proof, and he never got arrested. This is just a small summary of what happened, but I was in his group grasp for 4 years total. The amount of trauma and PTSD this man gave me is unreal. For so long, I was so afraid of him coming back or showing up at my house because he had my address and full name. Still, to this day, I'm afraid. I still have PTSD. I have horrible trust issues, especially with men. I ended up getting into toxic relationships with men, that acted just like him, and I'm hoping I finally broke that cycle. I'm so scared to trust anybody these days. I'm scared they just... Sorry, it's screenshots. I'm scared they're just going to use whatever they can against me. I'm scared they'll abuse me. I will never forget this part of my life. This is why we've come forward. This man is out there grooming children, abusing them, raping them, and God knows what else. He brainwashed all of us so badly that after we left, we lost the whole meaning to life. We basically had to start all over again. Fuck this man. He needs to be locked away forever. Okay, and that's the end of hers.
I have some questions.
Okay.
After I release this, is he going to be a danger to the group?
There's always the possibility that he may still have connections.
Like addresses?
Yeah.
What do we do about that?
Well, I really don't think he personally would leave Georgia. I don't think he really has anybody in, some of the other states that the others live in. So I think they should be all right. I think if he'd go after anyone, it'd be me. Because he sees me.
Yes.
Yeah. So if anything was to happen, I genuinely don't think he won't do anything. The people I'm worried about are Carrie's friends that stabbed that one dude.
Do you want to talk about that?
Not really. I mean, it's not, relevant to her. She wasn't involved in that, but I don't know what the possibility is. That's why I warned my family.
Okay, good. Is there anything you want me to do prior to releasing this in regards to him being a danger?
I don't know. What really could we do?
I mean, you named him. This is all going to be public. I'm sure there's going to be people watching him after this.
Yeah.
I don't think he will act out in public.
Yeah.
He may try to do some stupid shit like lawyer up, but
He doesn't.
That's
Unless it's fucking Jess giving him the money, he can't fucking afford it.
well, no matter the case, it doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't try to like hurt you or any of the group, that's all I'm concerned about.
Okay.
Any legal stuff, we don't need to be worried about. 'Cause
Yeah.
we have the truth.
Yeah, and evidence to back that up.
Exactly. So I noticed that there's a pattern with like the recruiting. It's usually one of the girls seeing a post regarding like transforming into a werewolf, or so they are going to communities that well, I guess I should ask, did you ever recruit?
Yes.
What was the operation like? Did he tell y'all like go to these places and?
So my particular recruitment style that he also encouraged others to do it this way too, was to go on Whisper and post about, oh hey, if you want to join a family dynamic and be a part of a pack, hit me up on Kick, or like DM me, and then we'd give them the Kick. So there was one time he did have me lure a girl like physically. Like we got an Uber and went and picked this girl up from like 30 minutes away from us, and she was like 13 or 14, and he kept trying to convince me to convince her to have sex with him, and I was like, no. Thankfully her parents got her the next day. So but then me and Kayla are pretty sure that he went over there and he raped her after I was with my foster parents, because we all had the same Uber account, because it was Kayla's parents' card, I think. And we saw the destination, and it was that apartment complex where he and I picked up that girl. And like me and Kayla like kept like canceling the ride, kept trying to cancel it, and then he like called us screaming at us. And then later, like about 45 minutes to an hour and a half later, I get a text from that girl's boyfriend saying that Camden had raped her and bit her so hard that she was bleeding and everything. So that definitely made me feel like that was my fault, because the only reason he knew who she was because I was the one who got into contact with her first.
So you feel responsible for a lot of things that happen to the people you're connected.
Yeah.
So sorry if I'm going off track here. I just want to.
It's okay.
Get more information. So what is Whisper, and does he recommend going on there to post?
Well, at that point in time, it was before Whisper like actually started keeping track of where posts were being posted from. So it was just how anonymous it was. He wanted to keep that because, anything where you use an email address can be tracked. And at the time, like I said, it didn't track the IPs or anything. Like, it was truly anonymous at that point. And then once they got to the point where they started saving messages and stuff, and like you could like delete it and re-download it, but you would still see all your posts underneath what you had posted. So it was no longer to the point where you just delete it and then you re-download it and you start clean. Yeah, he liked the anonymity.
Is it the same with Kick?
Yeah, it was really easy to hide from other people on Kick. You make a new freaking account, and they can't find you.
Every pedophile I've talked to had a Kick.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I
makes
heavily
sense.
believe that.
Okay. I do have other questions, but we can get to that after this last. This is the last one, right?
Yes.
This is Kayla.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, from Kayla, I actually met Camden when I was 14 in high school. Some things happened. We did date for a short period of time, but it did not last at that time because I was in foster care, and I mean that it just wasn't going to work. At 17, I met him again. We started talking, and then he told me about this girl that he was dating, and he told me that he still had feelings for me and was wondering if I would be interested in entering a relationship with them. I agreed, and things seemed fine for a couple months. He had started this new thing where he was telling people he was a werewolf and like the son of God, and that he could change people, and he was trying to make his own little family and all of this stuff. I never really believed that he was, but I enjoyed role play, so I played along. I didn't ever think any harm would come out of it. Throughout the course of our relationship, he would be very hot and cold. Some days he'd make me feel like I was one of the most important people in his life. Other days he treated me like complete trash. Which I mean, I later figured out it's just the game that they used to make you, that they just use to make you feel more attached to the bare minimum that they do give on the good days. At first, he just talked a lot about it, tried to guess test me to see if he could trust me for all of this. And then one day, we were all just kind of sitting there, and he asked me if he could bite me to turn me, and I let him, more so out of curiosity than anything else. And while it hurt, as expected, nothing happened. When I failed to change into a werewolf, he tried to tell me that I must be a vampire, and when I didn't grow fangs, he then set my role as Kali, the goddess. He set up me and a couple other members to basically pull in and lead our own little families. I don't know about the rest of them, but he told me I could lead mine how I wanted to, so long as it fell within his standards. I never really focused so much on that because I was more so just in it because at the time I thought I loved him, and I did love her, and I wanted to be a part of that if it was a part of their lives. When he initially broke up with our girlfriend, that's me, he told me to tell her that he broke up with both of us. He wouldn't even do it directly. He had me do it. But he told me that if I told her that I was still with him, that he would hurt my family. That was the point when I realized I needed to try to get out because someone who loves you isn't going to make you lie, especially about something like that. I stayed a couple more months until I found out he was messing around with my now ex-best friend from my childhood, somebody I grew up with, and that was Kat. I think it was more so because of the distance that I kept from the beginning, the reason I was able to distance myself from the whole thing entirely. From what I remember, I was the first one to be able to actually leave, but it didn't stop after I left. He tried to break me after I left. For the next few months after I left, he destroyed the friendships I had with the girls who were still involved with him, and I was lucky enough I was able to salvage the two that I still have. I kept receipts for everything, so anything he would claim, I would come back at it with proof of the situation if I had it. That was the funny thing is he conveniently almost never had proof when he claimed this kind of stuff. He told everybody that I was Cthulhu and that I was evil. At the time, I was still experiencing some codependency, and honestly, I had been completely isolated because of him, and I was trying to get my friends back, so at homecoming that year, he and his new girlfriend were there, and I spent the whole night sorting it out and trying to fix it so I could get my friends back. He brought me back, but he kept me on the outskirts at that point because he knew he couldn't trust me anymore. In December of 2016, a week after my birthday, and then again on Christmas Eve, I met him in a church parking lot in the middle of the night under the pretenses of he wanted to talk about some things that were going on within the group. Both times he ended up raping me in that church parking lot. And at the time, I didn't necessarily consider it rape because I didn't try to fight, even though I told him I didn't want to. I was too scared to draw attention to myself doing something like that in public, even though it wasn't something that I wanted, and he took advantage of that. At that point, I kind of backed off and I really only kept contact with 2 or 3 people. And then in May of 2017, he called me and asked if he could come over to talk about some stuff. And I said that was fine. I was visiting my grandparents' house and they were not there at the time, which in hindsight I probably should have waited until they were back. He came over and for an hour we sat on the couch and talked about stuff related to the group, and at that point I told him that I was going to go upstairs to my room to grab something and to wait down there. And as I was walking towards the end of the hall to go up to my room, I heard him coming up the stairs when I got in my room, he came in behind me and shut and locked the door. He told me to go lay down on the bed and not to ask questions, that he just wanted to try and help me connect spiritually. I did it. He told me I should try to go to sleep, and I flat out told him, I'm not going to sleep. He said, fine, so close your eyes. So I did, and about 2 minutes later I felt his hands on me. He started trying to pull down my pants, at which point I started fighting him, and I kept telling him, no, I'm not doing this. He kept trying, and I started screaming, at which point he grabbed my throat and told me if I kept screaming, he was going to kill me. He kept his hand on my throat the entire time, to the point that I had a bruise in the shape of his hand around my throat for a month. It's not even the worst part of it. When he was done, he went across the room. I kind of took a minute to process what happened, and when I sat up, he was looking at me and he was like, what just happened? So I said, you raped me is what just happened. And he literally broke down crying and was like, I would never do that to you. You were asleep this whole time. I could never hurt you like that. And this went on for 30 minutes where I had to comfort him because I didn't want to end up dead because I said the wrong thing. He led me downstairs to the couch where we sat for an hour, and as I tried to convince him that I wasn't going to call the cops, that I wasn't going to report this as a rape, that I believed that it was just a dream. I believed he would never hurt me like that, and he wasn't that kind of person. Once he left, I finally broke down to one of my best friends, and I told her what happened, and she's the one who convinced me to call the cops, and that was me. It was only about 12 hours later, but I did call the cops, and I reported everything. I reported everything about this cold he had started, about what he'd done to me, about certain other things that I had gotten permission to share, and I sent screenshots of every group chat, knowing everything, all the minors in it, all of this knowledge that I knew, everything to the cops. I probably still have the email sitting somewhere in my outbox showing where I sent it, and the cops never did a thing. They let him go. I ended up having to move about 2 months later because he kept threatening me that if he ever found me again, he would kill me. It's why I still move so often to this day. I'm scared to settle down somewhere. I don't want him to fight me again, and I don't want to have to go through any of that again. I don't want to have to be scared because I have too much to protect now.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. He sounds like a real piece of shit.
Yeah.
What is the optimal thing? In a just world, what would happen to this man?
At bare minimum, put in prison for life.
Bare minimum.
Bare minimum.
What's the maximum?
Death sentence.
Okay.
People that can do that to other people should not be allowed to have their lives, especially if they're serial predators like that.
I agree. Is it okay if I jump around a little bit? I just want to ask some questions I had along the way.
Yes.
Just to clear up anything. First, what the fuck are Leviathans?
Camden was obsessed with Supernatural, and I I think I maybe got that far in Supernatural, but I can't remember it because it was such a shitty season. Oh my god. But yeah, no, the Leviathans were like just this evil thing or whatever. I don't even fully remember, but he just called them Leviathans. And if it wasn't Leviathans, it was the hunters, the supernatural hunters.
So he's pulling his lore from the Bible and Supernatural.
Supernatural, Teen Wolf, Vampire Diaries, any of those fucking, teen supernatural shows.
That's really cringe.
I know.
He's probably the cringiest cult leader I've heard about so far.
Yeah, it made it to where it's really hard for me to watch those types of shows now, and I used to enjoy them as a kid.
Okay. Because it was brought up like 5 times. I was like, what the hell are Leviathans? Right? Okay, so Supernatural, Teen Wolf, goddamn the Bible.
Goddamn the Bible.
So switching gears, a bit more heavy, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So you were impregnated how many times?
Before him once, and that was on the way to him, and then 3 times from him.
3 times. And he made you miscarry each one.
Yes.
Did you take a pregnancy test for each one?
I would end up missing my period and everything, and it was honestly easy to tell because I was skinny at the time, and all I had to do was press on my stomach and I could feel it. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, there was at least 1 pregnancy test, but the other 2 times it's one of those things where you just know. And he just beat me. He would start to tell that I was acting a little bit different because I was getting to the point where I was trying to move away from him and not let him touch me and shit, and that's when he'd realize something was up.
You mentioned in a previous conversation that there was one point you were even protecting your stomach.
Yes.
Did you want any of them?
The very last one, while I was with my foster parents, I was about 3 months along, I did get a pregnancy test and it was positive. And I did want that one. When my sister was born and she was put in my arms, I was 13, but I was I'm meant to be a mom one day. And he knew how badly I wanted to be a mom, so that was one of the ways that he knew he could hurt me the most.
Okay. So his place in Georgia, it was his mother's home?
Yes.
Okay, so you would live with him and his mother? Okay.
Yeah.
What was that like?
She didn't know I was there.
Okay.
Yeah. I was literally living in his bedroom. Sometimes he'd bring me food, sometimes he'd just throw saltines at me and some water. There were a lot of times where occasionally he'd let me come out and sit in the living room when she was gone or whatever, and then the moment we heard the garage, I'd have to haul ass back to the room to hide myself. I don't know. I think she may have been in her 40s maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So he's sneaking girls into his bedroom without the mom knowing.
Yeah. And his younger brother knew I was there. I don't think he knew I was living there, but he knew I was there occasionally.
So he had a younger brother there too.
Yes.
So the whole house would be his mom, him, his little brother, anyone else?
Mm-mm.
Okay. And it was usually one of you.
Yeah.
Adult. Okay. So you had no interaction with the mom at all?
No.
Okay.
Never once, like, met her face to face. I have definitely seen her face, but that was only out the window.
Gotcha. So if this goes public and his mom says, no, I never saw anyone.
She never saw anyone because he didn't want her to see anyone.
Okay.
Like, literally, there was one morning where Camden was passed out, and at this point, I had insomnia. It was really hard for me to go to sleep when I was living with him. And I just remember his mom banging on the door trying to wake him up because he was supposed to help her before she went to work with something. And I literally, like, had to, like, as quietly as possible wake him up because I didn't want her to literally bust the fucking door down and see me. And, like, whenever he went out there, I had, like, literally gotten into the closet and huddled up and, like, just sat there hiding.
Are we still recording, Brooks?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want to go back to your life prior.
Okay.
So you mentioned you were tossed around from home to home.
Yeah.
What are the events that lead to someone joining a cult? So we know.
In my particular case, I just felt as though nobody in my family really truly understood me or what I mentally dealt with on the day to day. So, after meeting Camden and him being like someone that I really just latched onto, already having abandonment issues, and he's already like acting like a fatherly figure and everything, trying to be the things in my life that I hadn't really truly felt before. A lot of it is, at first, they'll make you feel like you're on top of the world and that you're the most important person to them.
Absolutely. Typically, when I hunt predators, I pretend to be a girl with daddy issues
Yeah.
because that is what they prey on. So let's go back to not feeling understood. You said you didn't feel like your family understood you, but he did.
Yeah.
How does a family understand a child they're raising?
Well, in my family specific case, everyone's older. Like, I was raised by my great grandparents. So their generations didn't really have that access to mental health services. So even though some of my family has some mental health problems, they haven't fully, properly addressed that. And unfortunately, that passes on through the generations. And, even now they still don't fully understand it. So in turn, that made it hard for them to understand me and where I was coming from and how I felt and why I was looking for certain things from people online.
How does a family break a cycle of mental illness and abuse?
It really comes with just realizing how you felt as a kid and asking yourself, yeah, I got my ass beat as a kid, but did that really help me? Or yeah, I got my mouth choked out. Did that help me? And the answer is always going to be no. Like, it's just, to me, I see physical punishment from parents as an excuse to take their anger out on the children. That whole, this hurts me more than it hurts you thing is bullshit. Like, you are still physically hurting somebody that is literally just becoming a person, learning how to be a person and exist within this world. So, like, especially a lot of older families, it's really, really hard to break that cycle. And a lot of it just comes with education. And I'm going to be the one that breaks the cycle within my family because they still don't fully understand. And, regardless of how I discuss things with them, it may not necessarily fix that.
Is spanking harmful?
Very much so.
I agree. I think any kind of physical violence towards a developing mind is detrimental.
I got my ass beat with a paddle that my great-grandmother had my great-grandfather make, and it had holes drilled in it.
How do we educate older generations to realize that their actions ended up harming their children?
I mean, just, if you're the kid that went through that, trying to talk to them and say, hey, when you did this, A, B, and C, this is how this later on affected me, and it may not always work, unfortunately, because
Some parents don't want to listen.
yeah, and then on top of that, some people are like, well, it's my generation, so that's not wrong in my eyes. And it's like, it doesn't matter if it's not wrong in their eyes, it's still unacceptable because it does cause psychological harm.
Yes, there is scientific evidence that it does.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about trafficking.
Okay.
And specifically the future of trafficking. So both this podcast and the movie I'm making is to show that we are not prepared for a future powered by artificial intelligence in the hands of corrupt individuals, like it could even be Camden.
Yeah.
What do we do when people like Camden have the power of AI to not only speak to children in the most surgically perfect way to attract them and keep them manipulated, but also do that on a massive scale where it's automated, posts can go up like everywhere within a matter of seconds? How do we combat that?
Well, for individuals that have been caught and that may be free, unfortunately, it could be something as simple as only allowing them to live in a certain area where they don't have access to that type of technology and the type of signals to send that out. But that would also require the government to actually want to create areas like that to try and mitigate the population that would commit those crimes.
So you think AI should not be distributed to people with maybe criminal records or people...
Specifically people that, seek out, the individuals that they intend to abuse online. So, those who primarily keep their crimes on on the web.
How do we regulate something like that? I know these are questions
Yeah.
that might be out of your scope, but I'm still interested in knowing, since you are a survivor, you could have some insight into something.
Well, I mean, it'd be easy to figure out who's doing what if the government would actually hop on that, but I mean, like, later on, it's like the FBI has access to, like, almost anybody and everybody who's committed these crimes at least and been tried. So it's like, they could start from there and then start, like, looking into people's internet traffic. And of course, they would need warrants and stuff for specific individuals, but, like, actually being active in trying to identify intended internet crimes before they even happen. Like, we don't have enough of that.
So, would you suggest an AI that can recognize patterns of behaviors from individuals and saying, maybe this person has a 90% chance of putting, children at risk?
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. I know some people would argue, but what about privacy? I personally think we have no privacy already, but I don't know what you think.
They can literally find anything about anyone on the internet if they really want to. Like, once it's on the internet, it's not truly private. Like, it's just not really a thing these days, unless you're, like, using Tor and you're on the fucking deep web and shit.
Okay. Would you suggest then, or rather, so you said if it's already on the internet, it's not private, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. Should platforms themselves be identifying patterns of behaviors and putting, like, at-risk individuals in, like, I don't know, like, blocking them from the rest and saying, okay, what is this person doing that might be harmful?
Yeah, pretty much blocking individuals from their services, having the ability to go back within their post history and forward that to law enforcement in that particular area.
Okay, what about if it's like, let's say there's a new kick where it's like it protects you from AI pattern recognitions. Do you think something like that should be illegal? Like a platform like that should be illegal?
Honestly, yeah. I really do think that if it was easier to figure out who someone really is online, then maybe these crimes wouldn't even happen, or they wouldn't happen to the scale that they do.
So you would put protect children over, the privacy of an individual's, like, history on the internet.
Yeah, pretty much, because like I said, the person put it on the internet, and everybody's told since they were a child that once it's out there, it's out there. You're never going to get it back.
Let's say I'm a conspiracy theorist, and sorry I'm just going down this path. I want to be thorough. I agree with everything you're saying, but I know the comments people are going to leave. So let's say a comment's going to be like, this is stupid because if we start recognizing patterns of behaviors from every single individual, that gives the platforms more power, and the people in charge of these platforms are pedophiles, and that's just giving the pedophiles power to know basically what everyone's going to do at any given time.
So, thinking about, like, that kids chat or whatever thing that you did, like, should those predators still be allowed, like, on that platform? Like, should the people who even run the platform still be running it with all the stuff that happens on there? Something like that should be illegal because it's really not being investigated by anyone. It's just there. Like, it's... I don't know, when it comes to safety of children, that website was not safe for children in any sense. I don't know, like, recognizing, like, those patterns of behavior. It's better to be safe than sorry these days, in my opinion.
I agree with you. Some people say there should either be, everyone can be anonymous or no one can be anonymous. And you would say no one should be anonymous.
Yeah.
Because that just protects people who might harm children.
Yeah.
Whereas if no one's anonymous, I mean, everyone's already out there.
Pretty
So,
much.
makes sense to me. I think that might be it. I don't know, is there anything more you wanted to say?
Not that I can think of.
Oh man, it's almost midnight. I think we got everything.
If I can think of anything else, I'll voice record it and send it to you.
Thank you. That's 3 terabytes of footage, so I think
Seriously?
3 terabytes, yeah. Like that
God damn.
that memory card we filled was 2 terabytes. So
Damn.
yeah. Good job, everybody. Give yourself a round of applause. I guess cut.